and sinking sands, where ruins whisper old demands. The fearless march with fire and steel, to claim the past, to break the seal. Torches flicker in the black, shadows dance and watch their track. A single step could spell their doom, or lead them to a treasure's tomb. Blades and thunder, hearts of fire, running down the road where the lost aspire. From the mountains high to the seas untamed, they hunt for glory, gold, and fame. Ancient halls of shattered kings, traps set deep in stone. Rooms that glow with power lost, magic carved in bone. From jungle depths to frozen peaks, they chase the siren call. No force of man, no beast nor god can ever make them fall. The wind howls warnings through the trees, the vines clutch tight like chains unseen. But fate is drawn by those who dare. Through blood and dust, the prize is there. Blades and thunder, hearts of fire, running down the road where the lost aspire. From the mountains high to the seas untamed, they hunt for glory, gold, and fame. Legends rise where heroes fall, carved in stone yet lost to all. 100 tales, 1,000 names, but only those who dare remain. Through silver moons and burning skies, they walk where death and fortune lie. The path is cruel, the path is wild, but fate still favors fortune's child. Blades and thunder, hearts of fire, running down the road where the lost aspire. Bound by steel and a fate unknown, they'll claim their prize or carve their throne. Where the wild still reigns and the brave still roam. Some seek gold, but legends seek the unknown.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to today's session 3 of our T.R.A.P campaign. Everyone excited? Everyone's hyped.
Yay.
I'm gonna get the bot in here, and then we will get going. But while we are waiting, let's get through the reviews and things, so I don't have to have the bot tell me for the 40th time that we reviewed the previous session, because it loves telling me that.
Okay. So, what do you all currently remember from our last session?
The bard almost killed us all.
The dance bard almost killed us all
How?
with fireball.
What?
Ringing of the bells, you know?
Oh, yeah, I do have the most damage on the crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're carrying around a golden
Yeah.
idol. We've cracked the code of the fourth room. We are 12 hours into a 16-hour period before we can take a long rest in 4 hours. We just jammed the trap in the room that we are currently
In the fifth room.
Fifth room.
That is correct, Mundo. And just so you guys can see how far you guys have come, bump-a-da-bump. Let's try. And then, obviously, change the background to not exist.
I was gonna say what we see is the giant epic sages. I love that. Also, while we're dealing with the technical difficulties there for a second, the winner of today's poll or this week's poll for the D&D crew was deciding whose song gets to get played, and congratulations, our dear Bard, you are the winner.
Yay.
And it's music you made, so double bonus. Really in character. The Bard making his own music. Applause.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so at the beginning of last session, you guys entered from the northwest corner of the maze. It was...
Younger, we can't see anything. It's swirling balls of death.
Oh, I'm stupid. I never selected change background. Okay. You guys entered this portion of the maze and have come this far. This room could have technically been avoided, but it wasn't. And you would have probably had to come back anyways. So, but you are in it currently, and there is a chalice located on top of the pillar. And the pillar itself is jammed.
I'm sorry, the pillar
and
itself is what?
Jammed.
The trap was jammed on this one.
Okay.
But we intentionally
As you
jammed it
guys
so
have-
it wouldn't go off, right?
Yeah.
Yes, because there was magic detected underneath it, a single magical element to it, tapped underneath it. And so with that, you guys decided it would be best to not risk epic fireballs. And so...
Allegedly.
And so you are here. You're there inside of there. It is jammed. The chalice is placed upon the top of it. What would you guys like to do? Would you have all taken a short rest at this point? I know some of us have still some layers of damage.
I healed as much as I could without leveling up.
Okay.
So I believe we did take a short rest, but I did the rolls and they were good. So I'm at max hit points for level 2.
Is somebody in need of healing? I'm in full health.
I am a single hit point down, but I'm not quote unquote in need.
Yeah.
Side note.
Just remind you.
As for in need, we are missing a player tonight as they're busy doing IRL stuff, so they're gonna be down a person.
Yes, Freya's character will be trudging along behind us as we pursue through this area, and or they could stay here. But that would probably be quote unquote unwise. So they will probably be following you from a short distance, close enough to hear you, so at least 15 feet.
There's being the back door guard at all times. So we just post them on the door as we leave. Someone taps them, we run out.
It's probably safer that way, considering you could potentially run into one of those disintegrator traps that are just like out and about. That like occasionally, like I've like had a stick in front of me this whole time, and like only one time has it the stick.
Right.
So should we inspect the chalice? Should we lift up the chalice?
That is the determination we all must make at this time. You guys could technically leave this room, not interact any further with said chalice. You guys could pick up the chalice. You could unbar the wedged stuck pillar. Like, just tell me what you guys are thinking.
Did we already do an Arcana check and all that fun stuff on the chalice itself? I know we've
the chalice was indeed magical.
Okay.
And there was also a magical detection within the pedestal itself. That is wedged. That is stuck.
Right.
And last time you guys had one of those ordeals, there was a big kaboom. So My character would go on to say is that there was, at one point, 3 magical detections within one pedestal, and this one only has 2. Not that that means anything's any better, but...
Does the chalice have anything in it, or is it empty?
The chalice is empty currently.
Does anyone have like mage hand or anything helpful like that?
Me with mage hand? No, I took every ritual spell. What are you talking about?
I think I swap for mage hand out after I get Just a second. Let me get my spell list here. Come on, why is it on the last page? Yeah, no, I still have Spare the Dying. I'm gonna switch that for mage hand next level.
No mage hand.
The paladin
mage
does not have
armor.
mage hand.
So I pull out my runes and try to make a determination for myself, which means nothing to anyone else, if I should grab this or not. So.
Okay.
I feel like the omens are good. I grab the chalice.
You grab the chalice. As you do so, a door opens. Nothing happens. You see a slight shift in the pedestal, but it is quickly wedged. No damage occurs. The pillar doesn't rise, but you successfully grasp the chalice in your hand.
Rip it
And
firmly.
yeah. Boom. You've successfully completed this room.
So I'm going to be even bolder because I rolled the highest number I could on why I think it's... I'm going to pour a little bit of water into the chalice and I'm going to drink it.
As you... Just one moment.
The universal light will protect me.
As you pour liquid into the chalice, after it quickly settles from you pouring, it disappears.
Oh.
Leaving no trace of the liquid that you had poured into it. What did you pour into it?
Just water.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The chalice of perfect potty. Pee in the cup, make no mess.
You have discovered an ancient godsend toilet device.
That actually could prove very useful.
Actually, someone in hell's getting a drink of water right now. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Exactly, that's right. But whatever, glad I could help.
No, water, thank you. Oh God, no! What are they doing?
Because in hell, your penis doesn't have a hole. You can't pee.
Oh no.
Gross.
Right. So when I grab something, it causes an explosion. When anyone else touches anything in the room, it's perfectly fine. Okay.
No, just
Fine.
me.
If you're feeling risky, you can pull out that wedge. I'm just gonna leave first as Div steps off.
To be fair, whenever
So-
I touch something, it dies too. So
Yeah. So I'm very happy with the fact that the omen was good. Everything worked out in my favor. So I just kind of saunter through the open door.
Okay. Well, if our party goes on its merry way, I will need to do another check. It is significantly easier every time, though. So,
what if we go on our Pippin way? Will that end better for
what
us
if we
or
go a
worse?
different way?
No, our Pippin way. Our Pippin way. You said we're going on our merry way. What if we go on our Pippin way?
Oh,
Oh, Mary and Pippin. Oh,
Oops.
ha.
I hate it here.
I like it.
I think we should just Frodo.
I think we need to move. We got to move our Legolas.
Oh man. Interesting enough, the door opens and it opens into the same area of which we were previously at, just on the opposite side of it. And so, and as I'm
So
carrying my
force
stick,
field
I'm like,
on the other
here's a
way.
different path than the one we took. disintegrates. But let's go on our way. See what we can get. I need a 12. Well, it apparently is rather difficult this time.
Would you use the guidance that I would like to provide to you? No. Will it help?
It happens to not matter with the guidance of a total expenditure of a 4. I definitely accidentally took us back the way we came, and when I realized this, it's basically an hour wasted.
That's fair.
An hour wasted backtracking and then moving forward.
Do that again.
It's
Or-
almost like the
Um,
labyrinth looks the same at every turn, and this is my first mistake.
When I realize that when you tell us that we've come back to the same place, Zaryn
Fucking
will put a hand on your shoulder and say, "Okay, Div, listen, I really don't want to die in a labyrinth. So if you could please not royally fuck this up in the future, be much appreciated. Thank you." And gives you like a pat on the back and a bardic inspiration.
Ooh! What is the Bardic Inspiration level?
So the next check that you make within the hour, so the next you making sure we don't get lost, essentially you can use your use the bardic and add a d6 to your total roll.
Do I use that before or after I roll?
Well, technically you're supposed to do it before the DM says
Okay.
what the result is, but in this situation, you play that however you want to play it.
Darn DMPCs knowing the answers.
Well, if that's the case, I will gladly use this D6 first. And I probably needed it. Hey! I did need it. I was short by 1, and now I'm above 5. So,
Hey,
we are able to make our way back. It's simply, instead of an hour, it took us 2 hours, you know? But we were able to mosey on our way back to the chalice room. I'm like, well, this was the entrance, and that's where we went. So this is obviously the other direction that we gotta go.
You
And we
okay,
reach a... What was that?
Arthur just looks at him and goes, "You okay, Div? You feeling all right?"
I'm feeling tired, and I feel like I've been walking around here. In case you didn't notice, I'm a little bit vertically challenged. And your steps are a lot bigger than my steps. And I don't think I've walked this much in my entire life. I'm
That
used to
makes
sitting at a desk.
Yeah,
I'm fairly certain I have blisters.
probably.
a very valid point. For each one of our steps, it's 2 of yours. So
It was helpful once, talking to those little frogmen. Following their directions.
Yeah, but he also weighs like 10 pounds. So like one of me is like a fifth of him. If he sized up to my size, he'd be like 7 pounds instead of 10 pounds. Man, little. No energy
What
required to move
is
your
your
feet.
character's physique there? Ralire? What does Ralire's physique look like?
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Let me pull up stats here. So with a whopping 15 as a strength check, I'm not like the most jack man possible, but I'm definitely not a little man.
Ralire
Okay.
only has 15?
Yeah, that's it.
That's wild.
You gotta love
Arthur's more jacked than the barbarian.
Yeah, well, barbarian has regular intelligence and wisdom and
He's
charisma.
wiry.
Arthur's
Yeah,
harvested
exactly.
a lot of fields.
Does Ralire carry around a little bit of weight with him, or is he like a
No,
slim fellow?
He's
Jack Rip.
as dexterous as he is muscly almost, so he is very much
He's
lean
wiry.
muscle.
Okay, yeah. Div will reluctantly shut the hell up. As he is not. Div is the definition of frailty, with a solid 8 strength. I have a good enough time taking around this bag of sticks. I'm like struggling in my book.
Yeah.
So, but you guys approach a rectangular room. Once again, a different room this time. However, you see a familiar image. The image of the hooked-nosed man in front of you.
Oh, it is
The
your
human
papa.
head. He's not my papa. I said he was my mentor, and I think it's rather strange that his face has been found in multiple spaces within this maze.
Anyway, your father.
And its eyes are closed at this time.
Eyes are closed. Is he covering his ears with invisible hands this time?
He is not. You have not seen hands at any given point.
So far, facing like pointing the 100-pound gold head towards him does something. So maybe we should do that.
Right.
Or ringing a bell. Last time we approached one with its eyes closed, we had to ring a bell. And I immediately point to Zaryn and say, not the one, or Vax, and say, not the one that drops bombs.
Well, if you think that's not good,
Is it not Zaryn who has the...
then I got
Zaryn
it.
has Zaryn has
Bomb?
the good one.
Okay.
Yeah. But it did also explode us.
Show it the face, see if it does anything.
Okay. Zaryn will pull out the good bell that he has and hold it up and
You pull the sock out of it that was keeping...
No, wrong one.
no.
The regular
This
bell.
is the good one. This is the good one, not the
Okay.
bomb
I've got
one.
the sock
I
bell.
don't have the bomb one.
I've got the bomb one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Axe has got the
shake-
dangerous one.
You shake your bell. That looks identical to the one that drops bombs. And the eyes of the hooked figure open. It is able to see now.
Sweet. What's it looking at?
I will yell-
It is just looking straight at the entranceway. Like, you guys entered this room, and it's just, like, looking straight. Its head never turns. The only movement you've seen is...
I yell for Wynn to bring the statue.
Arthur's carrying the statue.
I mean, it might work better
Yeah.
for the giant creature that is following behind us at a slow pace to carry the heavy ass statue.
That has less strength. I think I have the highest strength in the party.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably have double my strength.
You have 17.
Yes,
Right?
I have 16. 16.
Okay.
You
He
have
has
double my
literally
strength.
double my strength.
Yeah, Arthur's been
Um,
carrying the statue.
Listen,
Okay,
we're either
so-
smart or sexy. We're not strong.
You approach the statue. You notice a brief glow inside of the figure's eyes, as it is recognized that there's a statue in front of it. However, nothing else seems to happen at this time.
The chalice.
Yeah. I pull forth the chalice.
You hold forth the chalice. And you hold it in front of it?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I need you to roll a death saving throw.
A death
Oh,
saving.
shit. Oh
A
no.
death saving-
Did you mean Dex?
Nope.
You wish.
Who's making that?
This would be a great worm. Tarna. Tarna, the character. The tiefling cleric.
Yeah.
No, Great Worm the player.
Yeah. So is that a Constitution save?
Just a straight D20.
Wait, G20? Okay,
And
13.
Above 10 is a save. Below 10 is not a save.
13.
13. You save. You immediately feel like holding an empty chalice in front of this thing was not the right idea. Like, you feel like your heart skipped a beat for a second.
Okay. I pour some wine into it and hold it up again.
Wait, what if it disappears again? Wait.
It indeed does disappear. However, the figure smiles and a door opens.
Haha.
You have appeased the bean.
So he just wanted to get a little drunk. Okay.
Little bit
Or
of
almost kill someone.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's fair.
But
Death or
yes,
wine. I can totally
that was a quote unquote deadly encounter for at least one player character.
Film before live Austria.
It was like, how dare you give me nothing to drink for my parched thirst. Okay.
I have to try and kill a girl for it. Jeez.
Would somebody like to assist me in trying to navigate the maze further?
Well, I'm always happy to provide guidance, but I will defer to anyone else that would like to help you.
I'm not the smart one or the wise one, so not me.
I am not the smart one or a wise one, so
I had some +1 to wisdom for survival and whatnot. Would that be helpful?
The helpful action is helpful.
Then I will.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think literally anyone could just go. Yeah, I'll give you the help action.
I do so.
Okay, I have tons of bonuses to this roll. I doubt I will roll a 4 again with guidance. Holy shit! I rolled a 5, which was just barely what I needed to pass with my investigation.
Good job.
Bam! We arrive at the 7th room. It is one of the 4 octagon-shaped buildings that we saw from above the maze. This room is empty, much like the room with the bells. However, there is a golden platter lying on the floor with 3 golden apples laying across its surface.
You know, just as a note for the rest of you, we are going to have a house full of random items by the time this dungeon is over. We stock any house, make it look fancy immediately. Check on side of rope, bam, 17 gold cups. Got it.
Okay, but why 3 apples?
So
I
you can
don't-
share 2 friends. Are they like golden apples, or are they just like different colored apples? What's up with these apples?
They seem to be golden, as in a material.
Hmm. May I make an intelligence check to see if I remember any stories or lore about 3 golden apples on a tray?
I will say that you can attempt to recall lore. Would you like to do a religion check, or would you like to do a history check?
Oh, guess what? It's 0 for both, baby. This is not my expertise.
Would you like some help?
I will 100% take guidance if you were willing to give it.
How you want it?
Needed it. That's a 3 and a 16, so 19 total.
Hey, you know what? I'll be nice.
Cool.
I'll be nice.
I'll take it.
These are apples of chaos. They can be ingested. However, the effects of them are generally higher level based illusion magics that at a minimum temporarily alter the mind of an individual who consumes them.
I think a barbarian had these at a bad party once, and he remembers them.
I heard about it from a guy who told me about it from people on a boat.
Another guy that knew somebody whose friend ate one time.
Yep.
However, they are typically, you find out that this is in regards to an old legend that you heard, that somebody fed one of these to a monster, and the monster was befuddled and confused and was not able to track down the adventurer, and the adventurer was able to escape due to the creature's confusion.
So perhaps we should take.
It does
one
not
in.
mention what would happen to a humanoid, but it specifically mentions something like a purple worm or something. Something stupid. Mention something. A dumb animal. A dumb monstrosity, I should say, is what was befuddled in the legend.
Noted, and explained to the group.
Perhaps we should take them with us.
What if they explode like the bells, though? Well, one of you magic-y connoisseurs, give that a look over, make sure the plate isn't going to explode because there's a glyph ward or something under it.
That is a wonderful idea. I go and 10 minutes. Yes. I conduct my spell because I refuse to use spell slots. And I only have one left. So identify. The apples are as described previously. However, I would say that the platter, I guess it's identify, so I can actually tell you what it is, right? The platter itself is actually a platter of purity. Any edible food on it, the poison is negated from it. So if you put regular food onto it, poison will be purified.
That's
Regular food, though, not these apples of death.
Yes,
Not
regular
magic
food.
death apples. That's fair.
Any consumables placed on the surface are purified within 3 rounds. So, 18 seconds passed, and it's like putting it in a fake microwave, being like, it's all better, right?
Mm-hmm.
The perfect thing to have for a king if he's worried about getting poisoned.
I'm for it. So
I do not detect any magics underneath said tray or apples.
could be a non-magic trap.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Should we investigate it? Can we do a?
Yeah, you can do an investigation check. There's not much in this room to investigate itself, unless it's currently hidden underneath the platter. But I'll say that you can try to put your head to the floor or whatever and see if you can notice anything. Put a piece of floss under it or something.
I'll do that. Do an investigation check.
I'll give you
that's
the
not
help
great.
action on that. I'll give you the help action on that because I think Zaryn doesn't want a repeat of the bell situation.
So what do I do for help? 1d6.
You roll it at advantage.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. I had a 6, now I have a 19.
Nice.
There we go.
So you conduct your thorough investigation. You're looking at this thing from all angles without touching it. You're like, if I move the apple, will it create something crazy that happens? And you come to the conclusion that it's completely safe. You do not believe that there is any trap to be had that is a mechanical or otherwise physical. You don't even believe that there's a disintegrator ray located directly underneath this platter that can melt your face off.
Very confident.
You're very confident. On a scale of 1 to 20, you're at a 20% confidence scale. sorry, 20, not 20%, 20.
Oh wait! Oh god, no!
On a 1 to 20 scale, you're at 20%. Sir, that is a 5. That's not. No, I think that's not even a 5. That's like a 4.
It's a 4. Okay. Do you lift the apples or the tray or both? Their Vax?
Yeah, I'll pick up the tray.
You
and the apples
lift
off.
them up, and behold, there is nothing located below your feet. You are now in possession of the platter of purity and 3 chaos apples.
All right, let me write that down.
Okay. As you pick it up, a door opens, and you are able to move on forward, deeper into the dungeon. Dun dun dun.
Fantastic.
Only 1 more hour, and our characters can take a nap.
We're so close to getting there, aren't we? There's only like what? 1 more room? 2 maybe?
Try 17 if my math is correct, which it probably isn't.
Okay.
Sorry, that was the wrong accent. I'm Guardian over here jumped into the game.
I'm gonna try to solve the maze again. It's only a
All right,
DC
just
10.
so we
now.
don't get lost. Oh, okay, just so we don't get lost. Once again, take your time. It's better to be right the first time, right? Than to learn
That's
from
it.
our mistakes in the future. Let's be right now, okay? You've got this.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go ahead and give you another Bardic Inspiration. It's my last
Woo!
one.
This should be the last time I should need one. It should be.
Hopefully.
I would have to roll a 3 or lower to be at risk.
Don't say
And with
that
this,
because
it's
then
2
it
or lower.
happens.
You
We're
know what?
gonna roll
I'm
this
going to
D6.
I'm gonna touch your shoulders and let the universe's light also guide you. Pat you on the head.
Y'all, he only needs to roll like a 10 or
Hey!
something. Like between your 2
That
red
I
guidance is a
know.
juices.
4.
But if we get lost now,
You know, I rolled a 4, but I got a 4 on guidance, so that's an 8 plus 7. So we're able to succeed. It was a DC 10 check,
okay.
and I still have your Bardic Inspiration.
There you go.
And another hour passes as we flawlessly, without incident, buzz into any more zappy zaps. But we do approach what we believe to be the last of the rooms that are not located within the center of the labyrinth. It is a long rectangular room.
Or rectangular, if you like that.
Yes, a rectangular. It is a rectangular. And we once again see the familiar face of my character's supposed mentor within the magical arts. He's got the hooked nose. He's human, and the head is there again in the center of the room.
Is his eyes closed again?
It's facing the entrance, and its eyes are open.
Alright, so we don't get a jingle a bell. We probably need to show it the statue because we do that. And then apples or drink again if we have more wine. If it's better have wine is all I'm saying. If we run out of wine giving it to the non-existent head face, yeah, I'll be very upset.
Okay, so
It will be some bullshit.
Div is in agreement. Every time we've encountered the statue with its eyes open so far, we've at this point had to either show it a filled chalice or show it the statue. But we found the statue first.
Let's go with what you know.
Right.
Arthur! Arthur! Show it the body.
Yes, sir.
Show it the
Show it your
body.
head.
He shows it the body.
Bust.
Oh, you show the bust of its same crooked nose with the 100-pound bust, and its eyes close.
Show it again, maybe? I don't know.
The eyes closed.
It
means
does
they-
not respond to be showing the bust again when its eyes are closed.
Bell it up, Bard. Zaryn, get it.
Holding on to the bell now, I guess, just in case. Zaryn will jingle the bell.
Arena. Boom! The eyes flush open. You've completed the second of several steps.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Let's give it a drink.
Just one moment. So you pour it wine?
Yeah.
Or
I got
water?
Wine.
Okay, you pour wine. And you show it the wine?
Of course.
Make a death saving throw.
It did not.
Oh no. It's the wrong
Its
time.
face turns to a frown, as if
So-
displeased that it was given wine. Not that it was given wine, but that it was given a beverage.
Sure. 11.
An 11. You save. You have the feeling that your heart skipped a beat. You're gonna have heart complications in your future at this rate.
Oh no. Used to be an adventurer until I had an AFib.
Exactly.
Our handy
So maybe we need to open and close its eyes a few more times. I don't know.
what about our the apple?
Or an app.
Throw an apple on the.
Yes.
I mean,
Why not?
hold the doubt.
You showed an apple. As you
okay.
do so,
Oh,
the mouth opens, and the apple disappears from your hand. The mouth closes, and it's flat. It's like, But its eyes are open, so it's like,
It's like, but it's like,
Okay. So we did that. We did the bust. We did the bell. We did the apple. Now the drink, or do we do something else?
Sure. We'll try
Technically,
to
nothing has ever happened bad with the drink.
Well, 'cause I
From
haven't-
all of our perspectives. Nobody
all of our
except
perspectives,
Tarna
yeah.
knows that they were close to death.
Maybe I do
Right.
know that I was a little bit close to death.
Oh, you know. But the rest of us have no clue because we're like, oh, he's fine. Every time she's fine.
So yeah,
gonna-
Tarna,
I'm gonna
why,
do it.
why don't you just go ahead and try and offer it a drink again?
Yeah, I will do that. This time I'm going to use water because I don't think I have any more wine.
Oh
You
no.
pour water into the chalice and you raise it in front of the statue. The water dissipates from it. And the figure's face turns to a grin, as if appeased. But it does not seem to have unlocked the door at this point.
Maybe another apple? I don't know.
maybe the other bell.
it just wants to watch something explode.
Hey, no. Div says, that's a terrible idea.
Busted
Terrible.
Up, busted up again.
I vote that. We've never had anything go wrong showing at the bust.
Okay.
Throw the
Sure,
butt
why
in.
not?
Show the bust.
We have nothing to lose.
Except
Its
for
eyes closed.
except for our lives.
And the door ahead opens.
Yeah.
The figure's face, smiling grin, closed eyes, as if satisfied by a lovely meal and great beverage.
Oh,
And
that's
gets to
so
bask and
busted.
see its own reflection.
Was this something you had to do with your mentor, Div? Did you have to like constantly feed them and water them?
Was
I
they
say,
was they a fucking plant?
I did have to provide them with food and drink, but an apple? Him? Apples, vegetables? Those are maybe steaks. Bread with lots and lots of butter. Wine, absolutely.
Okay. We're learning. I think Zaryn doesn't know how to process that.
Like you had
Okay.
a strange relationship with your mentor.
Is a straight up univore on a human on a carnivore diet, with the acceptance of bread.
Well, yeah, bread is like the opposite of the carnivore diet, so no. All right. Well, there's a door in front of us.
Okay.
We continue.
Should be closing in on the
All
center
I
of the
need is an
ship.
8. That's all I need. Which means as long as I don't critically fail, I can make it.
Help action.
Oh.
Help action. I rolled a 15 and a 16. That's good enough. Boom. We are able, in much less time, we are able to get what looks to be the center of the labyrinth. We are at the base of the pillar, and there are 4 structures located around each corner of the pillar. Not directly adjacent, but within like 10 feet of the pillar. But we have expended the entirety of the duration of how much time we need in order to accomplish a long rest. So,
I say we do that.
Div will
The center
concur.
of this
Saying,
labyrinth.
my feet hurt. I need baby powder or whatever, foot powder. I was not prepared for jungle weather.
So I use a channel divinity, divine spark, and I heal your wound. Before we
I
rest.
healed the single hit point I needed. Thank you. Where is my book? It is not. Oh, it's underneath my map. I would have never found it.
Hey, Tabletop Misfits rated us a little bit ago with a party of 5. Thanks, guys. Sorry I'm behind on calling that out.
Woo! Thank you, heroes. Okay. Which of our player characters knows what they get when they level up to level 3?
I do.
I do.
Okay. I guess we will start with Rook. Rook, tell us your new character's developments over the course of this long rest.
Well, so I get my whatchamacallit, the subclass like everyone else, and I picked the Path of the Zealot. So with that, oh, of course I didn't have it listed out. I get Divine Fury, which on each of my turns I get to when you hit with a weapon or an unarmed strike, you can take an extra 1d6 plus 1 radiant or necrotic damage. I choose each time I do the damage. The advantage of this one is it's literally any weapon or unarmed strike. So as long as I'm not hitting him with magic, they get the extra oomph. And then at Warrior of the Gods, I get a pool of 4d12 that I can spend to heal myself. And as a bonus action, I can expend dice from the pool by rolling and then regenerating HP equal to the roll. You can regenerate all expended dice when you take a long rest. Other thing I get is Primal Knowledge, which just gives me another thing. I took Perception, because, why not? And that was it.
I
for 3.
100% was listening and was like, is he a cleric? And then I was like, no.
He's a zealot.
I am just a barbarian. I also, as a note, because we're at level 3, I get the Celestial Revelations, which allows me to activate my cool wings or my inner radiance or my necrotic shroud once per long rest.
Because you are in Azamar.
I am an Azamar.
Okay.
I said,
Do you know where your character's Azamar roots stem from?
So no, we're an unknown generation. I am the son of a set of farmers, and as long as we know, we've been farmers. Background wise, I knew that my the god that I worshipped was Helm, but after some severe betrayal and whatnot, the character stepped away from that. So, as I've told the DM, if he wants to throw in a secondary god to kind of vie for my attention, I am 100% okay running that route.
Okay. So at this point, you have not chosen a deity
I've not
as to which.
No, I would like to kind of roleplay and figure that out eventually. I think that'll be half the fun of this character is figuring out where I'm getting my powers from.
Okay. So as you go on to endure your long rest, you have a long, deep slumber. And you dream, and you dream, and you dream of the past battles that your character fought. About the mistakes you made, about the things you could have done better. If only there had been someone or God to have stepped in and saved some of your friends, maybe things could have ended up differently. Or even if the God didn't step in, if they had bestowed upon someone, a leader, a divine strength who could have been able to hold your warband together. But alas, there was not anyone of such prominence. And so you lost battles that you did not wish to lose. You won some, despite all of the things around you. But within those battles, there was not a spark of divinity to be found. But within this dream, you imagine yourself in each of these circumstances if you had the power. What you could have done if you had been granted more of a divine spark. And within the dreams, you alter each of the fates. You see old friends being reunited with their family upon returning from great voyages. You see individuals being healed in other portions of divine sparks throughout each of these memories. Until you, alas, finally awake, realizing it was nothing but a fleeting dream. But you feel different. You feel like maybe there's a chance that if you were on those same battlefields again, that you could, or a different battlefield, you could face a different outcome that would benefit you and your comrades.
Okay.
Okay.
Also,
On to Virulent.
as a side note, my health is now up to 37.
Wow. You're rolling good.
Yeah, I think it was
Virulent is a
11.
paladin.
We need that.
Virulent
I
is a
love
paladin.
thick tongue boy.
What type of paladin art thou?
He is an oath of devotion paladin.
Oh! Do you happen to know which deity you are so devoted to? Or which king? Or
Actually, that's not how that works in 5e. So
how
my
does that
oath
work?
itself is what gives me my power. And I must follow my tenets, which are, give me 2 seconds, apologies. I don't care for the oath of glory. I must follow these tenets. Let your word be your promise. Protect the weak and never fear to act. Let your honorable deeds be an example. So I would say that as a farmer turned paladin, he and I kind of talked to the cook on the ship about it, like how his dad was like, always be a good worker, don't he upholds these kind of like he's not lawful good. Because obviously when he went to the guard about his farm, they didn't do anything, so he took matters into his own hands. But he's very much he likes the ideal of justice and kind of set an example for people.
Okay.
And with that, I get protection from good and evil, always prepped, and shield of faith, always prepped. And my new, I can channel divinity, and I can use that for Sacred Weapon. When you take the attack action, you can expend Channel Divinity to imbue a melee weapon with positive energy for 10 minutes, or until I use this feature again. I can add a +1 to attack rolls. And instead of normal damage, it is radiant damage, and it emits bright light in 20-foot radius and dim light 20 feet beyond that. And like the Barbarian, I also have 37 HP.
So I have a question for you.
The tanky
Answer.
boys are here.
What was can you go into further detail as to your character's upbringing and the injustices that your village had when the guards did not?
Yeah. So Arthur was at the market selling what he grew on the farm. He was away from the farm and his wife. And bandits came through and raided the village and his farm. His wife was not too keen to let random people take their things and backtalk the bandits. So they made an example of her. And when he went to the guards, the bandits had paid them off and they weren't going to do anything. So he took matters into his own hand, used what gold he made from selling his wares, and bought a sword. And
Went off
delivered.
to go next his own justice.
Yep. And I was originally actually going to go with Oath of Ancients, but with it's kind of sad that we are down our monk this session because her being so nice to him has kind of made him
Altered
want to
his
protect
course.
people. Yeah, he wants to protect people.
Okay. And did you enact those same justice on the guards?
Yes, he less murdery because they are the law. And while he's not lawful good, he's also not necessarily chaotic good either. I suppose neutral good. He'll follow the law when it needs to be followed, but he is more than willing to bend it when it needs to be. So he definitely got collected evidence from the other people that have been slighted by the guards and submitted it to the higher powers and got them imprisoned for accepting
Right.
blackmail and not doing their job. Yeah.
Okay. So as you are enduring your rest, you're sitting before you go to bed, thinking about the past, thinking about your now departed wife. Something it's something that comes into your thoughts without you necessarily even needing to think about it sometimes. It's just one of those things that will always be in the back of your head, right? And you openly announce your oath. Not something that was taught to you. You didn't go to a temple or anything to say your oath. You formed your oath out of your own heart, out of your own soul, out of your own experiences, speaking the truth of your life to the universe, and the universe responds in turn. It is not something gifted to you by God. It is something gifted to you by your own makings. By the oath that you placed, rather than something within yourself, but something that you will move to uphold. And as such, your blessings are bestowed upon you to bless those around you and to protect those around you and provide further justice anywhere where your feet may step. And you are able to enjoy your long rest and gain your benefits. Great Worm. How is Tarna's stuff? Is she ready to go over her ordeal?
Absolutely. So, originally, being from about to have been a sacrifice to an infernal undead cult and being saved by her father, her medallion acts as her holy symbol. She really is meditating upon the universe and was originally going to go down the path of life, but she decided to embrace her infernal side and go down the path of light with a little bit of fire and healing along the way. So she's embracing her infernal heritage to combat and ultimately be a slayer of undead, doubling her efforts. So, as a result of that, I always know and have prepared Burning Hands, Fairy Fire, Scorching Ray, and See Invisibility. So, very useful things. In a couple of levels, I will acquire the Mighty Fireball. I also have 2 new channel divinity abilities. One is Radiance of the Dawn. So when I use this, I create a 30-foot light that dispels darkness, including darkness spells. And then each creature of my choice in that area has to make a saving throw or take 2d10 plus my level and radiant damage. Or I can use a warding flare. As a reaction, any enemy that makes an attack, I can distract them and give them disadvantage on their roll. So some pretty cool light-based things, some nice additions of new spells and abilities.
That is much cooler than the previous edition, in my opinion, of 5e.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So she's kind of meditated upon the universe, and she saw the great light, and it shone upon her and gave her the path that she wanted to go down.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And even in the darkness that you are resting during this night, you can feel the light of the universe burning within you. And you know that at a moment you could dispel the darkness that surrounds you and any of your friends. That is beautiful. I love it. Vax. How's Vax looking there, Dagger House? You need a little bit more time?
No. I've already done. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to say it. I took dragon sorcery. So
You put dragon in your dragon.
yeah.
They call me Double D.
Everybody needs extra dragon in their dragon.
It gave me 4 more spells and a physical ability. So Alter Self, Chromatic Orb, Command, and Dragon's Breath, which I already had Dragon's Breath. So I don't know what the heck that makes me do.
Totally different things. The ability and the spell are totally different.
Yeah.
Right. So I can breathe twice.
Or did you choose the same draconic ancestry?
Yes.
Okay, I was just making sure.
He's double blued up.
I'm gonna be a blue dragon and a red dragon.
Blue and red become a purple dragon.
Yeah.
You can be Mace Windu of a dragon.
Blue and silver, so you get that ice resistance later.
I chose for my next second level spell Shatter, and I traded Message for Mage Hand in my cantrips.
Hey.
Yeah,
we might have been able to use that at one point.
But, maybe later.
Never again will we have the opportunity.
Right, younger again never lets his Indian to
Never eat it
translate
again.
that.
I wish I had never had an enchant.
So the I got one more sorcery point. So I can do things like change the damage type to radiant from whatever. It's one of the things it'll do.
We are not lacking in the radiant damage category.
But I mean, I can make water burn. I can make lightning, thunder, that kind of stuff. I can change the damage types of whatever weapon, whatever spell I cast. I can take. I can also take with the sorcery points. I can take things I have to touch and make it a distance attack. So I can do burning hands from 30 feet away.
That's disgusting.
Nice.
That's great.
I hate you. That is
My HP is up
gonna be
to
hell.
23. Armor class is still 15.
Your armor class should be better. Like a good bit better.
It's 10 plus my dexterity, which is +2, and then what the dragon skin or whatever brought it up to 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll get better at 5.
And then you should have also got a health increase. You get an
Yes,
extra...
plus 1 area roll.
I love it. Your character wakes up and you feel even more dragony than you did the day before.
Got some new scales. You're shinier.
Yep, some blue scales. Blue
Thicker, harder, slicker.
Has a tail.
Like that song. Dun, 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 dun. You know what song I'm talking about.
I do, and I don't like that I did.
Oh, and I'm also resistant to lightning now.
Nice.
Hey, that will probably be to your benefit at some point in the near future. Maybe not super near, but
I
near.
hope it does.
At some point, when I cast lightning magic at you, it will be beneficial.
Also, it's dexterity modifier.
All I know is I gotta
and
send you guys a
modifier.
CR 17 undead so that it can survive more than 3 rounds.
I don't know. It's
Don't
undead.
make it undead. We have so much radiant damage.
Yeah, that's why it has to be CR 17.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, look,
man.
he has a ring of resistance to radiant damage.
And
I was gonna say, get a troll with a ring of fire resistance.
Yeah, right.
you guys did find a ring while you were going through this dungeon. You just don't know what it is yet. You know it's evocation based.
So our gnome should ritual that and identify the ring for us, yeah?
But wait, before you do that, we still gotta talk through the bard and the wizard. What are you guys doing?
Yeah. Sorry.
This is true. Now, on to the next dragonkin. Zaryn.
Why would you use the word dragonkin? That's a weird connotation. I don't know if we get into that.
Zaryn is going to officially be going into a first level of warlock. No, he's going to be going into a dance bard, the College of Dons. With that, we get a beautiful thing called dazzling footwork, which first and foremost, you're a dance virtuoso. I get advantage on any performance check that I make that involves dancing. Unarmored defense. My armor class is equal to 10 plus my dexterity plus charisma modifier. Which means Zaryn is officially going to take off the leather armor that he's been wearing and just shove it in his bag and just like stretch out of it and just go, no, we're going to stay like this. This is better. I have more movement.
Sometimes you gotta let it hang out, man. You gotta let it hang out.
Yeah, you know. And Also, we get a real cool fun ability because we all out here punching people, I guess. Uh, when you expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration as part of an action, bonus action, or reaction, you make one unarmed strike as a part of that action, bonus action, or reaction. So now in combat, if I go, oh, Ralire, splendid job, I can punch a dude in the face. Which that would maybe inspire Ralire to punch more as well.
It's an
Um,
endless cycle of punching people in the face.
Yeah. And most people might be thinking, well, hold on a minute. You've already admitted that your strength is at 8. That means you have a -1 strength modifier. That means you're going to be terrible at punching things. Well, that's the neat thing. No. We get to use dexterity instead of strength for it's called bardic damage. I get to use dexterity instead of strength for attack rolls for unarmed strikes. When you deal damage with an unarmed strike, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration dice plus your dexterity modifier. So, as I level up to level 5, my bardic dice goes from a d6 to a d8. The damage dice goes up with it. And it doesn't expend the bardic die. It's just using the dice, the die size. And as exciting as that little bit is, that's really everything I get. I did substitute out a spell for a second level spell. And also, I think due to some interactions with groups of things and not wanting to be seen during certain situations, invisibility and shatter have been added to my repertoire.
Hey, beautiful. I just imagine when you cast Shadow, you just like tap dance, and it's like,
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens in the moment.
did you have? So you had a partner in dancing.
Yes.
As
Few
you
years
are dreaming through the night, you have a revelation in regards to one of the dancing techniques that your partner had. They always seemed to lead by one step. It was perfect for your guys' routine. But you believe that you have caught on to the tricks that they were using. And that those movements are what have led you to be able to make your future steps in your future dances. You have elevated yourself to, even though you were partners, you know that you were most certainly at their level. At least within making those swift, dedicated movements. You wake up refreshed, feeling like you could dance into the morning lights. Despite how sad it might be to reflect on such things. It was a pleasant memory.
Right.
And on to Div. You won't guess what Div decided to become. Bum, ba-da-bum. A divination wizard.
Oh man, I knew you were gonna say that.
I get this cool new power. I get 2 powers. I get to choose wizard spells from divination school. Must be no higher than level 2. And then I will. I have portent, which allows me to roll 2d20s, and then at any point before the conclusion of somebody's roll or an enemy's roll or whatever, I could be like, nope, that's not what you roll. You really rolled this because I'm a jerkwad. Or a really nice guy.
You could be an evil player character and just give all the enemies the good rolls and the players the bad rolls just because it'd be funny.
I knew it was what was going to happen. I didn't shoot. I didn't make it happen that way. I just knew. It was divine. It's just, let's figure out what them are going to be.
Right. Hey,
I got a
Ultimate,
2 and a 12.
thanks for that. Appreciate you, friend.
So that's going to be my next morning's rolls. And basically, I must, whenever you finish a long rest, you roll 2d20s and record the numbers rolled. You can replace any d20 test made by you or a creature that you can see with one of these foretelling rolls. You must do so before the roll, and you can replace a roll in this way only once per turn. Each foretelling roll can be used only once. When you finish a long rest, you lose any unused foretelling rolls. And so. But as a wizard, my character gets a few more spells and such. Now, 2 second level spells, another first level spell, and I get 2 additional divination spells. So I will select those shortly. But that is where I am at.
Nice.
With that. And I believe at this point, we have concluded what all of our characters have done for this level up. And now we arise in the early morning hours of the following day. Technically, this is the second day we've been on the island, but we have successfully marched our way all the way through the entirety of the maze and the trials and tribulations it took us to get to this point. And now is a single spire with 4 buildings on each corner of it. What would you all like to do?
I would like to note that we have only made it about 300 yards in the last day. Technically.
300 yards straight line. We have most certainly went further than that.
Oh, is it the thing bigger than that?
It's significant. It's pretty big.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Besides, it's not the amount of distance; it's the quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
It's
when
not
you
how
look down.
long is it from one side of the maze to the other side of the maze. It's how many times do I go like this?
100% understand that. That was a joke, just because in a straight line we've lit. You know, what I mean, it's only 300 yards in one direction.
Also,
We've been
we don't know the
traveling
real
for
size.
Right.
We don't know the real size. This could be enchanted. Like what we saw in the dome, like could have been a smaller thing, and we've traveled
They
miles
fish-eyed
and
us.
miles and miles.
They fish-eyed us. Those bastards.
Yes. That's how it. Anyway. That's how it's in my head. I like that for me.
Anyway, there are 4 buildings. Do we still gotta check with the sticky sticks to see which door is the correct one?
I mean, we could, but I believe you can simply approach any of the buildings at this time. So there's one to the northwest, one to the northeast, one to the southwest, and one to the southeast. And we entered the maze through the northwest entrance. Whether or not that has any correlation to anything is irrelevant, but that is the truth.
I pull out my runes, and I believe strongly that we should go to the southeast.
Okay, we got one vote for southeast.
I want to
I'm
point
with
out that every time I've used my runes and said something, it's turned out to actually be true. No. There's no magic involved here. It's just a guess, but in character.
I'm not opposed. Div will be more than willing to jump in on this.
matters not to me as long as we get through the door.
Bum-ba-da-dum. Okay. You all approach an L-shaped building. At the southeast, you approach its solid red metal door, and it slips into the ground. And inside, you can only describe what you might call a warehouse by an appearance. It seems to have many upon many stacks and stacks and stacks of thin metal sheets stacked on top of one another. Each sheet is 2 feet wide by 5 foot long, but very thin. Much like regular sheet metal in real life. It is that same reddish color as the doors of which you have tried to enter. Some of which have prevented entry, have withstood being blasted against with exploding runes and any number of other things.
That'd be useful to
But
make
it
some
seems to be
armor.
made of that same substance, whether or not it's magically enchanted or not.
Might be able to coat armor or weapons or shields with it. Give it some extra resistance, power, strength.
As you say that, Div will step over, attempt to grab one of these sheets, and lift it. Which is a mighty feat, considering I have an 8 strength. But he does struggle, and he says, well, it's not uncarryable. I'd say it's about 10 pounds. But there's... I don't know a lot.
Oh, Div, are you starting to work out? I can help you.
I
Assuming-
don't think I will ever do whatever that is that you have mentioned.
Even
So is it
remotely close
flexible
to what
enough?
he was saying.
Is it flexible enough to like roll them up in a tube like parchment?
As you mentioned, is it flexible enough? It does not seem to bend at all. It is like normal sheet metal, you'd pick up one side and one side of it would... But it seems as if it's as stiff as a board.
Well, we do not have a use for it yet, so maybe we come back to it later. Is there anything else in this room that is of note besides the sheet metal pillars
Would you
that are
like to
heavy?
do an investigation check?
I would not, because I am terrible at it. I will happily assist someone else investigate, though.
Yeah, same here. Investigation's not my strong suit.
I think most of us at the highest are like +1, except for the wizard. So
Okay. I guess if you guys insist. Oh, what if there is something else in this room?
I
Div
mean,
will say,
I'll
what
look
if
as well.
there is?
Zaryn will look as well, so we can both look then.
Okay.
So you're not the
Are
only
you gonna
one.
roll? Are you gonna roll, Zaryn?
Yeah. I have
Like,
whopping
well,
+1 because of my jack of all trades.
I'm happy to help.
Not a lot of sugar. My sugar is like 200.
I
Okay.
guess so. Over ham you can heat up.
That's a 18 plus 1. 19.
Okay. You most certainly find something. You find what seems to be a handle. Just one moment. Oh, it is. Perfect. You find a handle. Seems to be about 8 inches long. But it doesn't seem to budge.
So is it like in something, or is it just like on the floor, laying there, or something? What? How do I find it? Where do I find it exactly?
So it seems to be something that is. It almost looks like a trap door, like a
Okay.
trap door compartment, and it has a handle that you should be able to lift up. But as you have attempted, it does not lift up. There is no visible lock placed upon it.
Are there
He's
like
not
any seams? Any like?
There is indeed a seam. It is well hidden, but your investigation check was more than enough to unearth it.
Right. Hidden door. Wonderful.
A hidden door, you say? Well, open it up.
It's not budging, so I can't. Sorry.
Mm,
I could attempt to locate some sort of mechanism for it, but I don't
Div
know.
will walk over and be like, I mean, it doesn't look that. Are you sure you weren't standing on the door when you attempted to lift it up?
No, it just wasn't budging. Lifting it up and it would not move. You're
Maybe,
more than
maybe
welcome to give it a
Arthur.
shot.
Maybe Arthur's stronger. Maybe he can
I
open the
mean,
door.
Ralire could also do it as well.
Ralire!
Yar?
Can you open this door?
Yeah. Why you ask me such stupid questions? Of course I can open the door.
God, please
Okay.
roll one.
It's just a handle on the ground, an 8-inch long handle.
Oh, yes. That's what we're calling it these days.
Yeah.
16 plus my strength score of, I believe, +2 currently. So it's not a saving throw, right? It's just a check.
Yep, just check.
Yes. Oh, just a +2 right now because I'm not raging. So 18.
Okay, an 18. I have a question, Ralire.
Uh-huh. And this was a straight
Upon-
strength check, not a athletics check.
Sure, you can do an athletics check if you want to do it athletically, like you're doing like a deadlift style squat.
Sure, we'll do that. I just realized
Okay.
it doesn't matter because my rage is inactive. It's the same number, but whatever.
Okay, so 18.
Yeah.
So you squat down over the front of this. You take both hands. You place them down. Nothing except a small twinge of what you can expect to be back pain has occurred. As you are unable to lift the door open with your feeble arms.
While this is going on, can I jiggle the handle to see if it'll open one way or the other?
Absolutely. Jiggle the handle. You jiggle it, and it flawlessly just flaunts back and forth each side. You cannot turn it. It has a little bit of wiggle room, but nothing much. There's no hidden, like, way to open it. But the seam of the door didn't even slightly move. There was no... It was as if you had never even attempted to lift the door. The only thing that has moved at all has been this jiggling handle.
Oh man, I was this close to taking knock. Don't do this to me, man.
So, there's no obvious keyholes or anything like that.
Not a single keyhole.
Okay. So, from my understanding of it jiggling, does it actually move like a handle? Like, can I hold it in one
It's
direction?
like a hinged handle, so it's like just a it's just a piece of metal
Mhm.
that goes both ways, and you could normally just use it to like carrying an ammo can almost,
Gotcha. Okay.
except more well put together.
Gotcha. Okay. So nothing that is mechanical in nature, just easier to grab or not grab.
Yes,
Mm.
but as you mentioned, I was this close to getting knock. It comes to Div's attention. This isn't a brute force problem. A loud noise opens as he casts the knock spell using one of his 2 second-level spell slots.
I then open the door now that it is unlocked. See, I told you.
You open the door after this loud clanking bane bursts in your ear. To simply reveal that
This is better for you like that.
Yeah, I'll take the money.
That's it. You supposed to even just like that.
Excellent.
you see what seems to be 2 smaller pieces of this red metal laying on top of each other within a small cubbyhole.
Do these 2 pieces look different than the sheets?
They look significantly smaller, but other than that, they seem to have the same appearance.
So basically identical, just mini.
Just very mini.
I think we should acquire them.
Looking around underneath where these things are there any? I mean, I know we just did a whole thing with this door, but are there any other things here that, like, if I reach down and pull this up, is it gonna explode in my face?
As you put your fingers underneath it, you
I am
feel as if
inspecting
you're...
it, or whatever first before reaching.
How are you inspecting it?
Huh?
How are you
With
inspecting?
I'm looking. I am inspecting.
You're looking at
I
it.
am
You see 2
investigating it with
flat
my
pieces of
eyes.
metal like this over the top of each
Mhm.
other.
Okay.
You're looking down at it. You cannot see
Mhm.
anything below the surface of said metal pieces. But there is a thin gap of which you might be able to slip a claw or finger behind in order to observe what is underneath.
I will take out my thieves' tools and, like, has, like, these little, amongst,
A
like,
little
lock
hook
picks and
piece to
stuff, like,
go and lift
yeah,
it.
amongst everything, there's, like, those little locks, like, obviously lock picking sets and everything, but it's thieves' tools, not just lock picking sets. So I'd imagine there's,
Yeah.
like, one of those long things that the dentists use to, like, look in and see your teeth, like the little mirror.
I use those to clean weapons, so
Yeah. They're great for that.
absolutely.
So yeah, there's something like that, and, like, a little hook just to, like, that's, like, moving things around very gently, just making sure.
Okay. You are able to lift what seems to be these 2 slim pieces of metal. And underneath, you see the same metal. However, it seems to have a curve on both ends of it. And underneath the curved portion seems to be some type of tool, which to you out of character would look similar to that of a box cutter.
Perhaps a device to cut these metal sheets of ours.
Perhaps to cut and bend from what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Once again, very carefully reaching down in and retrieving the other 2 items.
You have
He's not,
2
like, keeping this.
small...
He's bringing it up and putting it on the floor next to him. So whoever wants to grab stuff can grab stuff.
You have 2 maybe foot by foot squares of this material with, like, one side of it curved inward like that.
Very interesting.
And
Don't know quite what they're
a
used for.
box cutter.
Right. Yeah. Just tosses them onto the ground. Says, I'm not particularly interested in anything like that, but nothing bad happened, so we'll call that a win.
You win.
Okay. Do you guys do anything else within this room.
Is there really much else we can do? I'm not feeling any buds to push here.
You just see a big old pile of at least more than 100+ sheets of this stuff.
So I'm just curious if the box cutter and bender actually does cut and bend this. So I hand them to Arthur and say, "You're nice and strong. Give it a try."
All right. Athletics check to bend the metal.
With or without the tool?
Well, I'm not proficient with the tool, but
That's fine. You don't need to be proficient. I just need to know whether or not you were actively using the tool or not.
yeah.
Okay.
Why?
You use the tool. It is like cutting a hot knife through butter. You are able, with one side of it, to seamlessly slice through it, like as if it wasn't even there. Like, even more simply than if you were to cut through paper. You would have more resistance cutting through paper than you would this material. Can you give me a description of what else you would like to do with this tool, and or roll an investigation check?
Maybe try it from a different side. Maybe there's a grain to the metal you can't tell, and it'll cut easier from one side than the other.
Or there's something underneath all the sheets because they're super heavy. You gotta cut a doorway into whatever to see what's on the other side.
I'm actually like, can you cut me a piece that matches the size of my shield and bend it and wrap it around it and attach it to make it stronger? I'm sorry, going practical here.
That will all depend on Arthur's determination.
Yeah, we can. I mean, I could roll an investigation check, but probably won't go well. I am not a thinky boy. But yeah, why not?
Okay.
We'll throw it.
Do you have a sleight of hands skill?
No, but that was a natural 20 on the investigation check.
Ah, yes. You know flauntlessly that with this tool, you can both cut and seamlessly reconnect pieces that have been cut back to the original piece and make it perfect. Perfectly in line. You can, no seam, as if it had never been cut before. You can also use the side of this tool in order to curve it and bend it around objects, such as the shield that Tarna gave to you to mess with. With a natural 20, Tarna's shield is fully encased on one side with this reddish sheen metal.
Sweet.
Yeah. Can I wrap it around my greatsword?
So you can, and now you have experience with it. But you do imagine that might be a wee bit more challenging than what you did for Tarna, as greatswords have edges and things of that nature. But you're more than free to try.
Yeah, if it's an upgrade for my greatsword, yeah, we'll try it.
Okay.
What would you like me to roll?
What tool sets are you proficient with?
Chef's tools.
Chef's tools, yeah.
You know, that's cutting.
Cutting
you know?
and mallets and all sorts of stuff and bending stuff around.
So roll as if you're using your chef tools to make a meal
I'm gonna help him.
with guidance.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And guidance is a D4, right?
Yeah.
$17.
Nice.
17. It takes you a considerable amount of time sitting in this room to perfectly be able to get it to fit along the seam of your blade edge. But you do manage. The only issue you seem to have at this point is you can fit it rather snugly around the blade, but it's really nothing more than a sheath. You have nothing to firmly connect it around the blade.
Did you make like little straps to hold it on to like across the handles?
You could, yes. And you can do that as you have been provided additional instruction by Tarna in order to be able to hold it along the edges of that bar that is right next to the hilt.
Then yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. You now have a reddish greatsword. What this will do is unknown at this point, but you have it as this Tarna shield.
You guys are taking the metal symbiotes immediately. Poor choice indeed.
Does Ralire attempt to move all of these sheet metals to find the secret passage underneath that he claims may or may not be there?
Why move them when they can just cut a hole for me?
Well, even if they could cut the hole, you would then have to pick up the sheet metal.
Oh, yes, but it will be considerably lighter.
Okay. Do you guys want to waste 300 hours cutting individual sheets of sheet metal?
No.
I'm
Okay.
getting the feeling that there is nothing there.
I will take the DM
Arthur
hint
will
and
help
move on.
Ralire.
No need to help.
Okay.
Let's just go somewhere else. We can come back if we need it.
Okay. So there are 3 additional buildings next to the large pillar. Would you like to stick to the ones that are on the southern side or move to the ones that are on the northern side?
South it up.
Let's stay south.
South side. Okay. You guys approach a building the opposite of east, known as West. And
All right, Patrick.
it is again another L-shaped building. Upon entering, the door descends into the ground, much like all of the other red doors that you have run across. But this room is significantly different. What technological age of development is Vax's previous civilization?
Like previous, like where I grew up,
Yes.
we were slaves of a dragon. So I would say, medieval.
Okay. Well, I was just curious. I needed to know. So, you enter this room, and along the east and north walls, you see nothing that can be described other than levers, knobs, all things across angled tables along the edges of the walls, countless lights of various colors. It is nauseating to attempt to comprehend the complexities of all of the systems that you see located within this room. Additionally, there are 2 plush chairs. One on each the north and the east walls of this building. As I said before, there are levers, there are switches, there are buttons, and there are knob dials.
A diviner, or Div the Diviner, or Div the Divine. That's your name now, Div the Divine. That's what I'm calling you. Any smart things that you can think of? Anything coming to you like We should do here because I got nothing.
I might say that I'm currently overwhelmed at the moment. Perhaps yes, Ralire.
Can this player make a reverse roll where I want a low number instead of a high number for doing stupid actions?
Okay, sure.
Well, the dice betrayed me with the 16. Luckily my intelligence is a 0, so it's not a hindrance nor a help. But Ralire says, I'm going to push and pull all the things possible. Good luck catching me.
Don't do that.
It is too late. The barbarian is
Okay.
at full speed.
You have one
Good luck,
action.
everybody.
Which would you like to mess with? The buttons, the switches, the levers, or the dials?
Let's start with the dials.
Okay, just one moment. There are dozens of dials.
Okay.
Dozens.
Levers feel more barbarian. You can just slap them, versus dials. That's
But
very
dials.
precise. Or little dials.
The little dials, whatever. No judgment here. All dials are great.
There's a dial that's like 3 feet in diameter.
That's a gigantic dial. I can appreciate that too.
Some people can't handle.
We don't dial shame here.
We don't dial shame here. No, dial shame anywhere. They're all great.
Okay. So that's good, I guess. You
when the DM looks at his notes and has to figure out what he wrote. Oh no, they touched the thing.
Oh, no.
All right, what I do?
Yeah, so you are spinning dials and dials and dials. As I said, there are dozens of dials. So roll me 4d12 and tell me if you hit above half of them.
Do you mean above a 6?
I mean, if you roll more than the number of 24, let me know using 4d12s.
Okay.
All at once, added together.
11, 3, 8, 12. So yeah, way above 24.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A massive explosion happens located not in the room that you were just in, but the last room of the Wait a moment. I might have lied. Oh no. Oh no. Well, pray for yourselves.
Oh no, it's this room.
Everyone roll a d10.
Uh, 6.
2.
10.
7.
Eins.
Did you say 9?
Eins.
Oh, Eins 1.
Oh, nice. And then me.
He's being German.
Okay.
Luck was not with
Look,
me.
roll a 1d4.
Everybody?
Nope, just Rick.
2.
Okay.
Wow, you are so lucky.
I am Ralire Unlook for a reason.
So fucking dumb.
Oh no, this is so sad. Okay, so one of the buildings that that you guys have been near on the but not in on the north side, the northeast building, it is still standing, but the ground shakes. You all feel a searing heat wave burst past, flames erupting over the course of the door. Yet you are barely safe from its flames, as it was just out of the radius of that could have physically harmed you. However, if this explosion had happened located within the building that you guys had just left, you would have most assuredly died and been eviscerated. Entire party wipe.
But did
Jesus
you die?
Christ. But did you die, though?
But that is what happens. One of the unexplored buildings has been
There wasn't anything
crystallified.
useful in there.
It no longer needs to be explored because it's non-existent.
Exactly. You saved us some time. Good job.
I look over at the buttons and go, splody wheels. Got it.
Those were the dials. The buttons are different.
Right, that's why I said wheels. Splody wheels.
Does a different character want to touch the buttons?
No.
I think I'm okay.
The levers. Or the switches?
I think we're okay.
I think my character would recommend us searching one of the other buildings.
Yeah, that's
Whether
kind of like
it be
if there's something that we can't figure out in another building, maybe we come back here and it's the key is in the switches and numbers and stuff. But yeah, I say we don't. I don't think we randomly throw anything else at this point. We don't need any nukes going off.
Right? To the next room then.
Okay. Would you like to go to the crisp husk of a room, or would you like to go to the unexploded room?
I say let's hit the unexploded room and let the other one cool down for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You enter the northwest building.
It's a baby.
The door slides open. As you approach, you notice that the door to the exploded building is also pulled down, despite the fact that you never approached it. In the southeast corner of the room, you see what can only be described as a massive golden throne, fit for a king. And sitting upon its precipice is none other than a familiar face that you have all seen. As we approach,
Is it the face of the bust that we've been carrying?
it is the face of the bust, but this time it is attached to the figure of a man who is sitting upon the throne, who looks as if he had been taking a nap up until the moment of an atomic blast occurring outside of his domicile.
Well,
Yeah.
you know.
Hello.
Damn it,
Housekeeping.
God damn it, Div! Was this just an excuse for you to take us to your mentor? Is there some reason?
Yes,
Is
but
this some sick, twisted joke?
no. Speaking of, excuse me, Master Torgil. Excuse me, Master Torgil. As the old but not quite elderly man, appears roughly 50-ish, stands up, exclaiming, "What have you done? Are you trying to kill yourselves or me?"
No.
I've no, would you
No.
say that one more time? Because I had the baby pull out my headphones.
The man expresses his concern over the nuclear explosion that occurred outside and screams, "Are you trying to kill yourselves or me? What are you doing? This is such a dangerous place. You walk down the wrong hallway and you suddenly die. My salami!" As he waves a chopped piece of what was once a salami, which has obviously experienced the effects of a disintegrator.
Yes, it's bad to put your salami in a disintegrator.
Okay, so what's going on here? Your face is in all these rooms. What is
My
going
face
on? Yes.
was in all those rooms.
Was in all the rooms that we went through. And now we're here. And now you're here.
Well, I will tell you this. I might be a great wizard, but I have exactly zero idea as to what you're talking about. I've been stuck here for I don't know how long. But it seems that the king must have sent some adventurers to rescue me, has he not?
No.
No, we're sent to explore the ruins, I believe.
Yeah,
Are
the king
you
said
fucking kidding me?
no.
But
He said fuck all about finding you.
but in I say that in my kindness, I'm happy to try and assist you.
As you say so, he steps off of his throne and he says, "And what might your name be, ma'am?"
Tarna?
Tarna. Lovely, lovely, lovely news. And oh my god, if it isn't my dear boy. And Div looks unamused. Just like, I'm 100 years older than you. Get your hands off me.
Oh, Div, I think he likes you.
Of course he likes me. I'm his student. Eh.
You should be nicer to your master.
It's like, well, even if the king didn't send for aid, I investigated as to potentially that you could have been put on this expedition, and I deemed it necessary to show up and attempt to find what had happened. Div expresses how glad he is to see that his master seems alive and well. And considering he has said he's been stuck here for a significant matter of time, he does not appear emaciated.
Where'd you get the food, dude?
He says, let me show you. There's a tree, a gorgeous tree. It produces marvelous wonders of anything. Do you want apple pie? It can make apple pie.
Are you a
Do
lich?
you want
You have to legally
am I a
tell us if
lich?
you are.
I might be a great magic user, but I'm not quite there yet. Nor as evil, I would say.
I feel like you shouldn't be heading that direction anyway.
Yes.
To be
That is
fair,
not-
the only thing it really takes to become evil is, a really bad day, really bad experience with someone. Like, for example, being trapped inside a labyrinth for a couple decades. That could make someone go evil.
Well, let me ask all of you adventurers this. How can one be evil if they have not seen the face of another living, breathing creature other than the occasional destitute frogman run around this place?
I
Perhaps
mean, you
it's
could have enslaved the frogmen.
Enslave?
That's pretty
Enslave. Well, I wouldn't even feel bad about enslaving them. Considering they killed God knows how many of the other adventurers.
Yeah, see, not caring about enslaving something would possibly put you under evil. Just
Okay,
saying.
well, as far as I'm concerned, them wretched amphibioids are evil and sent by the devils themselves or the demons.
And
They
also,
were actually very polite with us.
yeah, they're quite nice to us.
Mm. Not the ones we encountered. I cannot say the same. In fact, I was being ambushed when I attempted to cast a teleport spell to evade them after significant losses, and I somehow ended up trapped inside of this maze. I've been too fearful to attempt to leave after witnessing many of the atrocities happen to the creatures that tried to attempt to pursue me from
Wait,
in here.
were you too afraid to leave, or were you trapped? Because those are two different things. You said you were
Both.
trapped here first.
I do not know how to get out, so I am trapped. Second, I was too scared to attempt to get out due to the fact of Do you not see the giant scorch marks you all left out there from touching, I assume, one of those levers, buttons, dials, or switches? No.
It was the dials.
See, shit like that is why I refused. I knew someone would eventually come for me. There had to have been someone. I'm of far too much importance. Whether or not the king would send you or somebody else, and I mean the tree kept me alive. It produces fresh beverage. It produces any type of food. Let me take you to it. As he approaches the building, of which you can only assume to be utterly annihilated. As if you guys follow him to the northeast building,
Cautiously fall.
there seems to be what looks to be a dried fountain with a crispy husk of a tree that sat upon it, completely and utterly destroyed.
I say to him, I think your tree is sick.
He falls to his knees and he says, by the gods, what have you done?
I play with the dials.
I've enjoyed so many pastas, so many fine wines from around the world came out of this fountain, the freshest of spring waters. Thanksgiving turkeys, literally anything, and you destroyed it. Now we're all gonna starve in here. Oh gods!
Or we could figure out how to leave.
Or if you were such a good magic user, you could regrow a stupid tree and fill up the water. Dumbass.
Stupid tree. Whoever created this had the power of the god. Had the power of a god. There's no way about it. Nothing short of a wish spell could have created something so marvelous.
I think
Maybe an archdruid.
I'm sorry. While this is going on, Zaryn is like gonna reach down and like actually like touch like the burnt like tree bit and stuff like that. Is this real?
branch.
Is this really a tree?
It was indeed a tree, but the charcoal husk of which you touch crumbles once you lay your clawed fingers upon it. And it falls into a simple pot that is located above a now bone-dry fountain. All of the waters or other liquids seem to have evaporated at the expense of a 200 hit point firebomb.
Right. I am going to say, listen, now that I've actually had a look at this, as he's like freaking out, Zaryn's gonna try to calm him down a little bit. But Zaryn doesn't know how to be reassuring with people, and so he's just going to lie. So he's gonna say, "Listen, I just checked this, and I'm a bit of a nature lover, and this actually is a tree that creates a poisonous fruit that creates some sort of illusions in your mind and can actually alter your memory. So you've actually been trapped to eating very disgusting food. It's just you've been made to believe that it isn't."
So this would fall under some of the new rules that are placed within the player's handbook, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Deception. Lies.
This would be labeled under the influence action.
Okay.
Okay. Now, generally, the influence is in regards to whether a creature has the desire to help or hinder, right? So I guess it wouldn't quite fall under that. But
Okay.
there is sections that is deceiving a creature that understands you, which would be a deception check. However, it falls under 3 categories: willing to believe you, unwilling to believe you, or hesitant to believe you. At this point, this creature of which you are interacting with is unwilling due to the fact of it has physically experienced not once, not twice, but a significant amount of time on a daily basis of interaction with this, to the point of which it will dismiss any of the claims of that it was poisonous. He was like, no. I mean, what year is it? What day is it?
Also, does he still need to make a deception roll to see if that even actually happens?
Completely, it's like not comprehensible. There would have to be a magical influence to fool him. It is simply too unbelievable.
It's too unbelievable that he's been here so long that he's gone insane.
That his interaction with this particular device located within this instance.
Right.
Yeah.
The place that he's been trapped for however long.
He very
and
well
nowhere to
might
go.
be insane. However, it would take like a DC 30 check if you want to make that. Because this has literally kept him alive for the past 2 years.
Guidance. Bardic.
I mean, guidance can only go so far. I can't Bardic myself.
Wait, why can't you
So,
Bardic yourself? Aren't you your own ally?
No.
I can guide you,
College
but
of Lore,
that's about
College of Lore specifically gets an ability to Bardic Inspire
You
yourself.
can attempt to console him with a check. And you can attempt to deceive him, and you might successfully console him with a check, and that would be significantly lower.
All right. I guess because I didn't know that there's new rules about lying in this game, because that makes it a lot more difficult to talk to town guards. Yeah, so I guess then in that case I'd move to console then, and I would say, listen, that's the good news, isn't it? We're not going to be staying here. We're going to be leaving. And there's supposed to be a ship coming here to gather things that we collect. So if you'd like a ride back to some sort of mainland, we might be able to provide that for you.
Torgil seems extremely pleased at the offer. If you want to make a check as to consoling,
Yeah.
whether that be a persuasion check or you could even conduct a performance check if you wanted.
I'm not really dancing, so I don't think I'm really going to do performance, but I'll go ahead and do persuasion. That is a 17 plus 5 for a 22.
With a 22, you were able to bring him from his knees of his exasperated state. And he says, yes. I mean, you guys found your way in. You must obviously know the way out.
Yes, this was actually your pupil that directed us here.
Oh, always knew he was a little genius. And my character is like kicking his feet, like. And then Div will actually step up for a moment and be like, well, I mean, we will have to figure out how to use some of those levers or switches or something, because the door back at the third room we entered closed behind us.
You wouldn't happen to, having been here for so long, ever played with any of them to figure out what they do and do not open?
Torgil will actually go on to express that This was what he meant when he said he was too fearful. For one time, he had messed with one, and then something terrible similar to what you guys just experienced occurred, except it was located deeper within the dungeon. And at that point, he was like, I'm not going to risk it. Maybe in another year or two, if nobody comes to rescue me, I will attempt such things. However, he will be able to give you a +5 bonus to the first interaction in relation to one of the other items of which you have not interacted with yet, due to the fact of he interacted with it.
Yeah.
What about the giant crystal? Can we get to the giant crystal? That is our objective.
The
Oh.
obelisk?
Yar.
Yes.
Can you get the obelisk?
Can we? Yes. Get to the pillar.
I mean, we are at the pillar as he steps out of the crispified room, and the pillar is in front of you. Solid pillar.
Ralire would like to touch the pillar.
You approach the center of this area. At the base of the obelisk is no sign of life or treasure, only the scorch marks of which your explosion left behind on one side of it. There does not seem to be any entrance to the inside of the pillar itself. It is simply a very large obelisk towering above you. And it obviously emanates some form of magic, but what that entails in its entirety is a little bit beyond our scope of influence.
Okay, so we're supposed to transport this thing. That is our objective as a group.
Our objective is to find the obelisk.
Oh.
We have found the obelisk.
We could have gone back, y'all. We could have gone back. We found it at the top of the maze. There it is. There's that bitch.
There it is. Just go down there. Job done. But wait, weren't we supposed to like retrieve artifacts or something?
Any artifacts of which you find located within the maze or in the surrounding areas can be kept by you as adventurers and or sold back to the kingdom for a modest price.
So
Yeah.
bomb bells.
We got a head, we got a chalice, and bells and stuff. I feel like we
a
need
giant golden throne that's located within the room that you all left.
who's going to lift that?
I was gonna say, is that mobile? Does it have wheels?
we
Not
currently
yet.
don't have any kind of holding device.
I mean, we have 2 weeks. We could definitely try to figure something out.
Oh, we could melt it down. We could dismantle it.
See?
Sure, buddy. We got enough firepower in here.
Oh yeah, I got fire all over the place.
I mean, if you turn that dial again.
Right, exactly, right? Just locate the
It'll
explosion
melt.
directly on the chair.
The gold gets atomized. No, let's not do that.
So I guess our only real option to deal with this is to grab the room and see what else it can do. Obviously, the dials, when you crank and move them around, causes very big explosion.
Okay. Would you guys roll d6 for me, Roger, since you like touching things? Roll d6.
A whopping 1.
On a 1. Apparently, the only interaction that Torgil had with any of these devices seems to be these switches. Not the levers, not the buttons, not the dials, but the switches.
Let's do levers then.
Well, except for his switches, we get a +5 with goofing with.
I know, but he already told us what happened. It was a big explosion. So let's try something that we don't know what's going to happen.
Hey, push a button.
You push a button.
Button is pushed.
Okay. Roll a D100. If you roll below 80, or sorry, above 80, let me know.
Above 80, okay. 41.
On a 41. On the third row, the first button you press, you push, and you see a small outlay of the ruins in front of you. Make a perception check.
Oh, hey, I'm proficient at that. 14 plus perception of plus 3, so 17 total.
You notice that on the 7th room, sorry, the 6th room,
This is
one of the doors that was closed
Mhm.
with both a disintegrator outline and a red metal door
Mm.
slides open. You can infer that based off the number of buttons that are located and the number of doors that are found throughout this entirety, that the buttons are directly correlated to various doors located throughout the maze that can alter the directions in which people could be able to enter and leave.
So if I just give it the old, would that open all the doors?
It would open a bunch of doors and it would close several others.
Ah.
But you can figure out which ones do which because there's a little symbol that shows open door, closed door.
Gotcha. So if I roll 20 this out, can I make sure all the doors in the dungeons are now open?
Indeed, you can. However, all you have done is opened the doors. You feel as if now it's just riskier because you don't know which doorways have disintegrator rays. But all of the doors are open.
Turn off the disintegrator rays, man.
Some of these would have to go towards that.
Time to mess with the switches or the levers.
Say levers.
I pull a lever, Kronk.
I will let Tarna pull levers since Tarna said
Fantastic.
that they wanted to mess with levers.
What? Okay.
There are 2 levers on each wall, both the north and the east wall.
What do your runes tell you?
That's what I'm doing. I'm going to
Yeah.
roll the room.
I like that gimmick. That's a good gimmick.
I know which one it's not. The one in the upper left corner makes me feel icky, so I'm going to go the opposite direction. So, second lever.
They're going to the far right side? Okay.
Far right, second lever.
Far right, second lever.
Self-destruct has been initiated.
In a different language that none of us understand.
It's in an infernal.
You do so, and as soon as you pull the lever, you hear a massive surge of power come back towards your all's direction and into the obelisk. However, you believe that all of the disintegrators have been successfully turned off by sheer dumb luck.
Rules work!
Every
time they
single
don't.
disintegrator simultaneously is shut down when you reach for the far right lever on the east side. There are 3 unused levers But you guys have opened all of the doors and turned off all of the disintegrators. You believe that if you wanted to, you would be able to escape unimpeded, and it would only be slightly longer than 300 meters to get out of here. Significantly less turns.
Okay,
lines,
so basically, I think we've accomplished many of the things that we set out to accomplish, because at this point, we've found the obelisk, and we have a clean and easy path to get to the obelisk. And we have some goodies along the way. And I say we spend some time melting down the gold throne, because why not?
I mean, the other option is we also go through the rooms that we missed on the first way through, because it's not like we're in a rush.
I think that is a good idea also. And since we have a map, we know where to go.
Right.
Div will say, well, I mean, we haven't messed with the main switches. One large toggle switch on each wall can be moved up and down. Not that we need to. It's just they're there.
So I say, I'm sorry, the runes are silent right now. I step back.
My concern is that all of a sudden,
dumbass roll.
yes, flip a switch and we all die. I'm perfectly fine with looking through the other rooms. Just see if we can find any more valuables.
I'll get hit with the French roast really quick. 1 second. Franchement, c'est mon déçoit. Honestly, I'm disappointed.
Disappointed?
We.
What are you disappointed with? Says Div.
There are switches to switch, and you don't want to touch the switches?
Do not want to touch the switches. Basically, if you interact with since you already interacted with Torgil, he will explain that whenever he had activated the switches, that there had been a portion of the force field above which had been removed and allowed many of the various denizens to enter into the dungeon halls. Luckily, it seems, most of them had killed themselves via the numerous amounts of disintegrator rays and the various buildings, none of which were able to successfully enter. He just knows that whenever he had messed with one of those, that one of the buildings that you guys had interacted with resulted in somebody exploding.
Tugashi!
So we do not switch the switches. I think it's good to leave the force field up for now. Do we want to let all the jungle creatures in here? Why?
I agree with Tarna. I do not want any of those creepy crawlies moving amongst us. But since all of the disintegrator rays are out, I mean, I suppose we could mosey about. Perhaps a number of creatures that died here might have left something.
Okay, just to clarify, Torgil, you teleported, you were interrupted during the casting, and ended up here. That's what you're saying.
Precisely.
Okay, so why are there likenesses of you around this entire labyrinth?
He will sit and think and think and think. And he says, I personally have never experienced any of these likenesses of which you describe, except apparently, as he points to the paladin, I've never seen that before, but that's a gorgeous man you're carrying. As he points at the bust of himself that's made of gold. But he says, essentially, he has no idea. Perhaps it's something to do with the maze itself, knowing that he was here. And as you mentioned that, he can only assume that it might have something to do with the throne of which he has been sleeping on. Perhaps who is ever on the throne is what creates the images.
Somebody willing to go sit on the throne to test this theory out?
Am I willing?
Well.
As you see the little gnome go hop and skip over there and pull himself up into his little chair. So, which of you minions is going to go and observe one of the rooms with my gorgeous face on it as he strokes his little beard?
Does the bust change at all?
Yeah,
The bust does not change. The bust is still of that same figure.
Well, I mean, at this point, the path is open. We can go back to the room and look. The very last room that we were in is not that far away.
Indeed. If you guys take the brief amount of time of which it will take to step over, you will indeed see that your friend's face is now pasted upon those very same images. It seems that whoever sits on this throne projects their face to the other portions of the maze.
I think we might have found a hack. Let's go to the first room, because now there's going to be 100-pound gold bust of our friend.
Maybe. I was thinking about that as well.
Okay. You guys, it's actually, you guys get there fast as fuck. Like, using the
It's
pre-drawn
pretty close.
map that you guys have before, all of the things, it takes, like, maybe 20 minutes to walk there. Which is significantly faster than, this 16-hour journey that you guys spent in here or whatever. You guys get to the first room, and there is nothing. There is an empty pedestal, as you had left before.
I wonder if you put the bust on it, if it'll change the way it looks.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't put the bust back. You'll set the trap off again. Just hold your
We're gonna
bust.
do
You
it
put
all
the bus
over.
back.
I mean, what's the point?
Oh well. So we've done the thing. Do we just go searching around now for whatever we can find?
If
Say
that
yes.
is what you all desire,
Yes.
you may.
And then we can report to our supervisors what we found.
I think we go to any rooms that we have not made it to at this point.
You have, at this point, touched every single room located throughout this dungeon that you were able to visibly see from the top. You can assume that you have been to every room. Let's see. But I will allow each of you to roll a d20 as you inspect the ruins for various artifacts.
Just a random D20 or
Just a
specific-
random d20.
5.
4.
16.
8.
Okay. Keep all of your numbers in your mind. Veerling, you rolled a 5.
Wait.
Correct.
RJ needs a number.
Well, you guys can keep all of your numbers in your head. I'm going to go by you one by one. Veerling, you are able to find what seems to be a dead frogman.
No.
Oh.
However, on this frogman's corpse is what you assume to be a magical item.
Oh.
It is a bag.
Oh. Neat. I found a magic bag.
I got a bag of holding.
I do not know.
Pulls a badger out of it.
Okay.
It's the
On
ghost.
to Zaryn.
It's a bag of tricks. Zaryn got an 8.
An 8.
Yes.
Huh. You find a solid granite bust. However, it is in the shape similar but not quite to that of the frogman that you had seen.
Okay.
You feel as if, despite being made of granite and being very, very heavy, that it would be worth money for designs, intricate designs. It seems almost lifelike.
Right. This is probably encumbrance in and of itself for for Zaryn.
Okay, on to Vax. Vax Vine Deep. What number did thy roll?
10.
Oh, yeah. You're walking around. You find the remnants of what seems to be axes that somebody had held by the axe head, and the handle part had been cut off. You find 4 rusty hand axe heads. Okay. On to Great Worm. What was Tarna's roll?
16.
16. Ooh, find something interesting. You find a can. A red can. Similar to the metal of which you have previously experienced, except it has been fastened and finely made into a container. This looks like something you would have pulled out of like a 1950s garage. There seems to be a dark, oily substance located within it that is not bad. I mean, it would probably be bad to ingest, but it is not like ruined. It feels oily if you were to rub it between your fingers.
Okay. I got an oil can.
More or less, yes. What could possibly require such things?
I don't know, something mechanical. Somewhere.
On to Ralire.
That's me.
A 3?
A 4.
Oh, nice. That's better than a 3, let me tell you that.
All right, I'll take it.
A 4. You find what seems to be a like really old, like, you know, your buddy Veerling, you found a corpse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of finding a corpse, you find the skeletized remains, but only that of the skull of what you can assume to be one of these frog-like creatures. However, you know, they have 2 bulbous eyes which are plucked out because it is completely rotted away. But there is a 1/2-inch diameter hole cleanly through the top and back of the skull.
Okay.
You can look straight through it. There is straight sunlight or moonlight.
Okay.
And that is what you find. The hole is very neat, very precise. No chisel marks, no pick made this, no spear. It doesn't look like a giant fireball, you know, was cinched through it.
So so does it look like
Disintegrator.
a? Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't look like a wound. It looks like something just hit it immediately and it died.
It's like as if God turned and looked at someone and was like, pink lightning, and then was like, radiant damage straight through your head with a
Okay.
finger hole laser.
Gotcha. Finger hole laser device. We all know it.
Absolutely.
I don't know if
But-
besides knowing that could happen to me, does this skull hold any significance besides it's now named Jeffrey? And is in
Okay,
danger-
well,
and-
here's my question.
And is in danger.
Here's my question. Do you hold Jeffrey by his, like, by putting like a leather knot through the holes that are cleanly on it?
You know, I got jokes I don't need to make. Let's go with yes, that for sure.
Got it. You got frog head.
See,
On a rope.
the jokes are already there.
So,
I will add it
would
to
you
my
like to do a nature check on it?
nature. I barely know her. Sure. Let's go with. I got a +2 on this because I'm actually proficient in nature, but since it's intelligence, I
Hey.
have no extra bonuses, just a +2 for my proficiency. 13 total.
13 total.
Yar.
You look at Jeffrey and you're like, Jeffrey looks a little bit bigger, like head-wise, than the living specimens of frog-like creatures that you have encountered. Unless you were walking with Arthur at some given point, you could like place its head next to the other head for like a better guesstimate.
Okay.
And if you do so, do you do that at any point? Or-
Sure. That makes sense. Arthur said there's a dead body. I'm gonna check out the dead body, like children.
It's
with sticks.
significant. Your head is significantly bigger that you have. It's like it's not like huge, but like there's definitely differences. And with a nature check and you having another corpse next to you, you know that at a minimum this creature would be like the equivalency to a looking at a Neanderthal skull versus like a sapien skull.
Gotcha. So this is just a very, very, very old skull.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a lot less rotty flesh, and it seems to have various small differences, but they are both frog-like in nature. As you know, humans and Neanderthals are close enough, but to breed, but they're not exactly the same, right?
Okay. Noted. I have Jeffrey on my hip currently, and every once in a while we'll talk to him as needed.
Okay. You carry Jeffrey along your journey.
I want you to know.
Is there anything else you would like to attempt to remove from this location?
If that's what we find, that's what we find. That's GTFO.
Okay. You all are able to leave unimpeded through the rest of the maze after you have scavenged it, looking over various corpses, rummaging through the dirt and the leaves and some of the sticks that had fallen through Torgil's mistakes. But you arrive at the entrance at where you had slain Torgil's what you can assume to be fellow adventuring party. They have all been neatly arranged, right? None of them were buried or anything. So
Rituals and all that other stuff.
Right.
Torgil, you just see him like counting, and he's like, I mean, I assume they're all dead then. As you mosey on out. Where would you guys all like to go at this point? Back to the base camp of which you have been set up at, or?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Okay. It will be about a 30-minute walk. which is generally considering significantly shorter than each of your guys' trek through this goddamn maze.
Yeah.
So 30 minutes is nothing to the rest of you. The only thing that you can say that's really different is you're like, damn, it was a lot nicer weather inside of the maze than outside of the maze.
For sure.
But besides that, you were able to make it all the way back to the camp on your second day. You have successfully completed the maze. You've scouted out, at least within the maze, for various artifacts. There are still ruins along the top of the maze, which remain mostly unexplored, but there's a lot of it, and it didn't look like there was much to be discovered. And if it was going to be discovered, it would probably be fairly difficult. Like an excavation would have to be had
Mm-hmm.
to find anything of relevance, considering how long anything has been in this forest. Unprotected by the barrier, it would be deeply buried if there was anything to be found.
See, I saw you send a
we-
message, but I didn't actually see what it was. 1 second.
But we found the obelisk. That was the important.
That was the goal, indeed. You found the obelisk. You do have a flare of which you could set off, and or you could spend further time exploring the area around this jungle, as you have been permitted up to 2 weeks before a vessel will return. However, considering it's only been 2 days, if you were to send the flare now, there's a good chance they would be able to reapproach significantly sooner.
Well, I mean, as a note, just for the group, we do the thing like we were told, and we get paid 1,000 gold, which is supposedly life-changing money. The advantage to sticking around would be to get more stuff, that there's more stuff to do, and or we could just genocide these little frog people because reasons.
We are not going to genocide the little drug people.
Oh, sorry.
They've been nothing but kind to us.
That was out of character. That was just player listing out.
That was also out of character.
Okay.
That was nah, Ralire. That was straight up fact. You warring, you warmonger.
It wasn't in French. It don't count. But outside as a player, do we want to take a 5-minute break really quick, because we are almost at the 3-hour mark? Give everyone a little bit of time to go potty, grab drinks, do jumping jacks for a minute, so they're nice and awake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, before we do that, you want to see the energy drinks that I have available?
No.
I'm
I
scared.
got 2 options. I'm busy.
Okay.
And it says blue raspberry fizzy drink, or I have Bob Ross positive energy drink.
That one immediately.
I think it would.
Yeah, Bob Ross. Yeah. I don't think there's any question to this.
Hashtag not sponsored. All right.
This one's Russian blue raspberry.
You got a favorite flavor, it seems. So, before we take off, though, song's name is Performer's Requiem.
Lights go down, curtains rise, take your seat. The crowd goes silent as they hear the beat. One quick step towards the battle cabaret. Bow to the rhythm, let yourself drift away. Footsteps make verses in rhythm and time. A phantom in motion, too swift to confine. Every turn flows like a tale intertwined. The world is a stage, and this stage is mine. Step in, take the lead if you think you can play. But misstep once and you're lost in the fray. A dance on the edge where only few stand tall. Move when I move, or don't move at all. Each step is a spark setting fire to the air. Each move, each step practiced with care. My body a vessel where harmony grows. The rhythm's a current, I move where it flows. Movement echoes the rhythm, the motion divine. Painting a picture to live in their mind. Evoking emotions that can't be denied. A fleeting perfection no words can define. Step in, take the lead if you think you can play. But misstep once and you're lost in the fray. A dance on the edge where only few stand tall. Move when I move, or don't move at all. A swift lunge, show my reflections delay. Like ghosts of my motions still locked in ballet. A plea accompanied by magic blessed chimes. The movement quickens as the crescendo climbs. A ronde-jump carves a shimmer of gold. Illusions cascading in arcs uncontrolled. I vanish, I surface, yet never misplaced. A dance without limits, unbound by the space. Step in, take the lead if you think you can play. But misstep once and you're lost in the fray. A dance on the edge where only few stand tall. Move when I move, or don't move at all. The chandeliers vanish, replaced by the skies. The floor turns to corpses, the music to cries. I step through the embers, a tempo in red. A dance with the nameless, the lost and the dead. A fade through the carnage, a waltz in the dust. Just a dance before me, all emotions are crushed. My expression is stoic as rest stains my face. For death is the partner that none can outpace. A flourish, a turn as the last movement unfolds. The battlefield sways as the melody holds. The orchestra swells as we take our last stand. The final crescendo now held in my hand. The silence arrives like the breath before dawn. The dance slowly fades, but its echoes live on. I stand on the stage, my steps etched in lore. For legends don't fade, they are praised evermore.
Hmm.
Hello again, my fellow adventurers.
Hello.
Okay. So, things our characters could do is immediately go back to base, drop stuff off, potentially have an encounter on the way back. Unlikely, but possible. Your adventurer mates who did not embark on the journey inward, but rather keep your base camp secured, express that they had seen a large crocodilian-like creature a short distance away from your camp, but it does not seem to be interested in the camp itself. if you wished to go hunt down such a beast. There are several small islets, or islands, located shortly off the shore that you all could visit. You guys could look and explore the coastline, or you could explore some of the
We're back. Wow. They can see our faces
ruin
again.
areas that were near the giant's obelisk, but not that are partially buried. And or you could go hunting for the frog people. Whether to kill them or not is up to you, but that is also an option.
I'm also a fan of the not killing frog people party. I think that's fine.
Torgil is totally down. Kill them all.
Of course he
Yeah,
will be.
considering I'm the one that approached them in friendship the first time, I'm a big fan of not killing and actively object to any of us that want to do that.
Exactly. So, um,
I mean, Arthur is good to just call the ship, but he will also default to
What the group wants.
Yeah.
Div will say, even if we call the ship now, we would likely still have a couple days to, explore a little bit if you want to take a little of a beach vacation. And or, perhaps there's more to be found. Like we've mentioned before, there's we've run across some frog people. Perhaps some of the ones that we could interact with, the ones we saw again, conduct trade. Maybe they have a village or something nearby. Who knows if there's any other creatures that have civilizations located within this lands. We've merely run across one. What if there were several? There was that large crocodilian beast located shortly off the shore, or shortly down the coastline from our camp that our mates had seen.
Ooh, crocodilian beast hunting. That sounds right up Ralire's alley.
Right up my ass. God damn. No, sir. Not crocodilians. Not me. Well, depend on how big our dials are, but that's a different story.
Yeah. Or, we could just go fishing off the coastline, Or
Arthur's
looking
fine
back
with
at those
fishing.
old ruins on the top layer rather than inside the dungeon.
The Domejin. That's a fantastic way to describe the labyrinth. The Domejin.
that is fair. We did just completely bypass a proportion of the ruins. Could be some good stuff there. Possibly get some good money. Wouldn't be opposed.
I still think we should follow orders and report what we have found so we can, leave when possible.
We can shoot the flare, like you said. There's probably going to be a couple of days.
Indeed. So, I assume we're going to take a vote. Who wants to shoot the flare? Say aye. Raise your hand, please.
I
I was going to say it's going to be really hard for the person without a picture.
3. We got 3.
4.
We got 4. Okay, the flare will indeed be shot off. Upon reaching the camp, you guys have no encounter to delay you on the rest of your journey back. And you are able to take the spell scroll, open it, and it fires a massive flare, streaking in brilliant, radiant light. But we wait to do it at night when it makes fucking sense.
Right. Who put up the second sun? Oh, wait, that was the signal, wasn't it?
And as such, you can expect within a matter of days, 2 to 3 days, the ship, as long as it saw your signal, will return. As long as it has seen it and it is not sunk.
It's 2 to 3 business days though, so weekends don't count.
Oh, fuck.
It's Saturday. No.
It's
Um,
it's Friday night.
I mean, we have time. Why not go collect more things that can make us a little more money? Don't see any problems with that.
Indeed. Okay. So where are you guys thinking of heading? I gave you a list of options. You, Zaryn wants to go to the top layer of the ruins, correct?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Arthur wants to fish.
Okay, so we got coastal, we got ruins. What does
I'll go back to the
Vax
room.
want to do? Ruins?
I'm
Two
with
for
runes.
runes?
Yeah, I'm with runes.
I was gonna
Okay,
say
we got-
let's go kill the crocodile creature. If the crocodile creature had a whole bunch of people that died, there might be some really good stuff there. And we'll do the world a service by killing a crocodile creature.
Okay, unfortunately at this time, the coastal waters and the crocodilians will have to wait. Perhaps tomorrow. Early morning and late afternoon we can do those two bits. And you guys head your way back. Do you guys follow the trail of which you have been blessed with, that you have produced yourself, or do you follow another path?
If
I
our
say-
goal is to get to the room, we
I,
should do it fast.
I say we leave it to the bones. They have they have not led us wrong yet.
We have the path. I don't know why we would look for another path. This one works. No.
Are you asking to consult the runes?
I would
Indeed, sounds like that.
I would never say that directly, but yes.
So I loudly proclaim that we should take a different path.
Oh, it's gonna take us 2 days to get there. Okay.
The runes have not been wrong. The runes have not been wrong. The DM,
Oh, they're about to be. They're
the
about to be.
The DM has the equivalent of a Trask on our old path. Just look how annoyed he is. He left the screen because he had to put away the miniature.
He's like, I put 5 ancient red dragons on the road. Damn.
I will be back momentarily.
Don't threaten us.
Okay. You guys, who wants to roll a survival check?
That was my idea. I'll do it.
Okay. Survive. Olaf.
22 plus I was guided. So it's a total
That's
of
a
20,
fucking pass. Whatever it is, that's a pass.
23.
Bullshit.
Clerics, man. They got good wisdom.
Yeah. That's why I felt so confident.
Okay, this looks like a good enough excuse. I need to remove this down piece. Okay.
And we see a T-Rex.
You guys are in the wilderness. It is not impossible.
the probability is never 0.
That's right.
The probability is actually higher than you would anticipate.
Oh no.
Let me remove all these maps. They're fake news maps. Okay.
Fake news maps, baby. Get them off the table.
Oh no. I have to write my name again. Gross. Okay. You guys are able to flawlessly bring yourselves, I know you can't see it at this time, to a set of ruins along the top area that seems a little bit more accessible than the
The runes are
other.
never wrong. The runes are never wrong.
The day that they are, it's going to be devastating to both the party and specifically to Tarna.
The joke is the runes are the plot hook.
I love the bit. The bit's going well so far.
Okay. Let me align these more perfectly.
Oh, hey, let me enlarge your map so we can actually see it on the big screen over here.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. It's now a big map and we're all little faces. It's a baby. And my weef. Hello, baby and weef. What are you chewing on now?
Okay.
Anyway. Oh. That's a baby with the baby wipe. You don't want to eat that, man.
Tarna's leading the crew.
Every time you pull out our tokens, I'm like, man, why has he got runes on the table? Oh wait, those are just his. That's just his letters.
No, those are Tarna's runes.
Those are the Tarna's runes. Okay, I need a moment to figure out what the fuck I'm throwing at you. But you guys approach this set of ruins. There's some standing pillars, fallen pillars. There seems to be almost tile-like structure just beneath the foliage. You could assume that more of this area has more similar buildings underneath it. However, underneath, on the underside, there is a downward slope where a screen seems to emerge from underneath the ruins themselves. And a small waterfall.
So can we actually? It's like, does the waterfall come out of like a cave that we can go into, or is it just? Waterfall?
It does. If you would, you like to go and inspect such a thing?
I would.
Okay. You are able to approach, and you can infer that there may be a small cave on the other side of such a magnificent sight.
I signal the team to approach.
Yeah, move on.
And I relay what I have discovered.
Where is this cave that Tarna is pointing to? Is it at like
Underneath the waterfall.
okay, underneath, like at the base of it, or near? Because
It
looks like
seems
you're
to
just
be
pointing
rather
towards the
high,
top.
somewhat in the middle. It's almost like a 3-layer waterfall where it's like a step, and then there's a cave, and then there's another step, and then
Okay. Right. And how do you propose we get inside of there?
I mean, it's not barred, is it? Couldn't you just step in if you really wanted to?
Yeah, I was going to say, how far is it? If it's really close, then we just go inside. Yes.
Well,
It
if
does.
the water is going over the cave, isn't the like rocks can be slippery and stuff?
The rocks will indeed be slippery.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll step carefully.
Do we
You step
maybe want to
carefully.
have the bigger boys go
Roll a
inside first?
dexterity saving throw.
Let's go. Advantage on that, baby. Danger sense comes in handy. 12 and
15.
a 17 plus pluses. So 20 or 19. 19 cents, right? Yeah.
15 for me.
Okay, you're able to descend appropriately. As you do so, you hear almost voices from within the cave. I need both of you, Ralire and Tarna, to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Well, I'm good with wisdom. 16.
Okay. And what about Ralire?
Ralire. A Ralire. 19 total was the number.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You hear what sounds like unfamiliar words. A mixture of common and incoherent babbling.
Does the incoherent babbling translate to goblin?
You would hear goblin mixed throughout it.
Okay.
Elvish.
You would hear Elvish. You would hear Sylvan. You would hear a number of various languages. Probably only excluding things like Draconic.
Racist.
Wow. Yeah, right. The majority of the party over here, we can't understand Jack.
Well, even the people who can hear it don't really understand it. Like, they say words, but it's nothing that is coherent. There's no coherent sentence behind it.
Right. No, I get it. I'm just being funny over here.
Yeah.
Do we want to go deeper in?
Are we all just watching them go in, or are we following?
We should follow.
Yeah, follow.
Gavin says, I don't know if there's enough room down there for all of us. I'll definitely keep my eyes up here.
Come on, Div.
My legs aren't long enough to reach those bottom steps. I'll keep watch. Make sure nothing
Arthur
falls
will
behind
pick him up.
No!
Because we can do the dork toss, right?
Hey.
Roll a grapple check there, Arthur.
Is it a grapple check?
Yeah.
That's just athletics, yeah.
Yeah.
15.
Well, that's cool. It doesn't matter. You get a 2. I escape.
Way to blow your 2.
Solid use important.
I attempt to grapple
Okay,
again.
you all head into this small cavern.
Do we also need to make saves?
As you enter the cavern, absolutely.
Okay.
Everybody roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, we don't have to do the dex saves to get into the cavern?
No, I'll say you guys can get past that.
Okay.
You watch the best. You fly through like the rest. And you said wisdom save, right?
Yep, wisdom save.
I don't like
Total of
this.
16 for Zaryn.
Well, so do we need to do it again? Ralire and I? Or just the others?
Just the others.
You said wisdom?
Yep.
16 for Zaryn.
16 for Arthur.
Nice.
Okay, what was the lowest rolled?
16, I think.
My 9.
Oh
Ah!
no.
A 9, he says. You fool. Okay. Perfect. Here we go. What size creature is this? They're mediums. Schmediums. Okay. On a 9. Roll a d8.
Six.
Okay. Everybody roll initiative.
Oh no. What do we see? What are we walking into?
You see a absolutely horrendous, beautiful creature. One of those.
Oh,
Ah.
Oh, right.
Beautiful.
Except there's
10.
more than one of them.
Oh no.
Oh no. I blame you, RJ.
That is all you see at the moment. There's
tell-
2 in front of you.
You're telling me the ranged wizard is outside when we need ranged attacks the most? This is some bull.
So we got 2 juicy, thick, oh god, tanky boys.
I rolled a critical for my initiative, so 22.
Nice.
Nice. The barbarian is unnerved. Apparently, I rolled a 9, and I think I get +2 on that.
Hey,
So 11.
RJ, you're not the only one that rolled a critical on their initiative. I got a critical fail. That's 1. So I'm at 4 for initiative. I'm on the other end of the
Arthur-
spectrum.
Arthur is at 10.
5.
I'm behind the paladin.
Hold
You're
up, the
Behind the
Paladin.
cleric.
the barbarian over here, like, yeah, I'm backing it up just a little bit. It was not in the front.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I'm
so
going behind the
so RJ
slowest
goes
attack
first.
people.
Was the next highest an 11?
Yeah, with
Yeah.
me.
Oh my god.
We're dead.
And who got a 10?
Arthur.
Who got a 5, Vax?
No, me.
Oh, my bad. Tarna. And then we got dun 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 dun.
Zaryn.
4 with Darna.
Zaryn with 4.
Hey.
Oh.
I rolled a 1, and I have plus. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys want to know the good news?
What?
RJ gets to go first. RJ, you see 2 blabbering creatures in front of you with many, 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 many teeth and many, 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 many eyeballs. But your mind is warped. You are unable to take an action or bonus action. But you must roll a d4.
Come on, pick up a D4. It's not that hard. 3.
That was the worst choice. Make a
no.
dexterity saving throw as you sprint off of the edge of the waterfall.
Oh,
Oh no. Wait, does Div get a chance to grab him?
With his 8 gnome strength.
This 8 wizard gnome strength.
Then we'll check my spell list. But
16.
Mm.
16. Okay. You're able to prevent yourself from simply dying. You will take half damage. Just a sec.
Oh no.
1. 4. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you find yourself at the bottom of a total of 30-foot waterfall.
Ouch.
Is this from falling?
This is indeed from falling.
So would Featherfall have helped me at all? Can I use Featherfall on the way down?
Indeed, you would take no fall damage. However, you cannot take any actions. Oh, I guess you can still take reactions, it says. So,
Yeah.
yep, you can take a reaction.
So I'll do that. I'll let my Featherfall save me.
Okay. As you do so, you continue to run downstream. It is now their turn.
I'm sorry. I just pictured Vax sprinting out and like Wile E. Coyoting in the air for a few seconds, casting Featherfall, and then continuing to run like that as they Featherfall down. That's what's in my head right now.
Yeah.
One of these will turn towards Ralire. One of these will turn towards Zaryn. Okay.
Why is Zaryn out in
Oh,
melee?
never mind. They wouldn't do that. That would be stupid. This one moves over, and it spits a blinding spittle.
Huh?
All
Make sure you
creatures
move me away from that crap.
must make a dexterity or in line. So Zaryn, I almost said Alvin, Arthur,
Alvin.
and oh no, Wynn's character wouldn't be there. Probably,
Outside with Div talking.
yeah.
Guarding the entrance, doing the
yeah,
things they're supposed to be doing.
So those two, everybody make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, that looked like a lot juicier lineup.
Twice.
Twice.
Yep.
Lame.
Two different saves.
All right. First save it with
Is it like a
advantage.
cone?
17.
17 for the first save.
19 for the first one for
20 for,
Zaryn.
20 for the second one. I want you to know on that second roll was a 2 or an 18. Total opposites of the dice.
13 for Zaryn's second one.
9
Okay.
for the second one.
13 and 20.
Okay, so everybody except Arthur rolled above a 10, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oof. Unfortunately, Arthur, you take 7 points of blinding radiant damage and are blinded until the end of the Mouther's next turn.
They spit radiant damage?
Yep, blinding spittle, radiant damage.
That's very funny.
But their attacks seem to have had not very great effect on the rest of you. So they are upset. But they are done with their turn. It is now Relire's turn. Ralire, you are unblinded, but with spittle dribbling off of your chin.
Okay. No, man, I have cool ideas, but I can't do them all at once. So I'm all about trying the new ability, so I'm going to use my Celestial Revelation. And I'm going to activate Inner Radiance. So I shed a bright light 10 feet of radiance with dim light with additional 10. And at the end of each of my turns, any creature within 10 feet takes 2 radiant damage automatically.
Okay.
So I tell
Is
you
that
all,
any enemy?
it says each creature, and at the end of each of my turns. So since I just activated it now, you guys are safe. And I will tell all of you to stay back from me. I could have sworn when I read this earlier, though, it says of your choice, but it's literally just creatures within 10.
Okay.
for your turn.
So you can deal auto damage.
Yep.
But do you make a weapon attack or any other attack
I'm
versus?
getting there. I'm getting there. So move me within 10 feet of the enemy, but more than 10 feet. I have reach with my halberd, so I'm actually going to keep it at a slight distance. But I don't want to be next
You
to my
are currently
friends.
10 feet from the creature.
I understand. I want to move so I'm not next to my friends because I just turned on my radiation.
You want to move over here?
That works. That's actually one more over because then I'm again 10 feet away. There we go.
Right there?
Yep, perfect. And
Okay, as such, you see another creature just beyond your area.
Cool. He'll take 2 points of damage too if he gets. Actually, doesn't matter. 10 feet, get fried. Weapon. I guess I'm not gonna rage this round. Just because I had to use the bonus action to activate this celestial revelation. So we're gonna attack the one closest to my friends. With my attack.
Okay, roll to hit.
Okay. Ooh, do I want to take reckless on this? I'm not gonna take reckless. It's gonna be a roll. See what happens. I have a +4. Right, that's it. That's it. All I have is +4. Some bull. Yep. Okay. Okay. 16 total to hit.
16 total will indeed hit.
All right. D10 +2 because I'm not raging currently. 9 +2, 11 points of damage.
Okay, you deal a total of 13 points of damage to this creature.
Okay, and I would like to activate Cleave, I believe. Second. Okay, sorry. I did. There had. Oh wait, no. This other one. Is he with? No, the other creature's not within 5 feet. Never mind. We're good. That's all I can do right now.
Okay, solid damage.
Yep. That's it. Oh, and then 2 to both of those creatures just from being within 10 feet of me with the radiation.
Yep, I have them listed. As you moved closer to the creature, you noticed that your speed was halved.
Good thing I don't need to move.
But that is the end of your turn, I assume?
Yep. And just as a question, as I move to this new location, do I see anything crazy with my bright, brilliant light that I am now shining with?
Him. How far is your light?
It's a 10 feet of bright light and then 10 more feet of dim light.
You do not see anything crazy.
Okay. But I mean, just like in the cavern walls and stuff, nothing looks like intentional writing or anything crazy like that.
Not currently within this area.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Then that's my turn.
Okay, it is now Arthur's turn.
Well, I'm blind. Hmm. You know what? Since I am blind, I will go ahead and cast Bless. Upon myself, Ralire, and Zaryn.
Here's my question with the spell Bless. Does it require line of sight?
Nope. You bless up to 3 creatures within range.
Okay. Bam, easy enough. You
30
do
feet.
so.
So when you guys attack or make a save, add a d4. It lasts for a minute.
So 10.
Bam. You have all been blessed. Ah. Would you like to do anything else?
No.
Too bad your paladin can't cure blindness.
Yeah, not yet.
Now we have the barbarian. Already went. Why'd I write him twice?
Don't know.
No.
That was a lie.
I think it was Tarna next, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Tarna next.
So, one moment, please. I had a plan, but Now that he's blind, I might have a different plan.
Only. I should. Am I? How long am I blinded for?
You are blinded until the Mouther's next turn.
Okay, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to step 1 square forward towards the guy, and I'm going to
towards
use.
the guy.
No. North, where you had it before. Yep. And I'm going to do Radiance of the Dawn, so 30 feet from me in all directions. So if there's any hidden creatures that are 30 feet away, they're going to be in there. I shoot out a bright light. It dispels if there's any magical darkness. And every creature of my choice takes 2d10 plus my level.
Okay, roll your damage.
I choose all of the creatures that I can see.
Okay. You heard him, Zaryn. Take that 2d20.
No, all of them, the mouthers.
I'm kidding.
18 points of damage each.
Booyah!
And then, as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon behind the one that's the northernmost part of it and whack it.
Rude. So you go right there and then you whack him?
No, I don't whack him. I stay right where I am, and I cast Spiritual Weapon behind him. So
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, so
I'm just going to use this.
Yep, that's fine. So yeah, right there behind him, and I'm gonna whack him with a 16 to hit.
That will indeed hit.
So 9 points force damage.
Oof. That guy's really hurt.
Excellent.
You've almost killed 2 of them. Crazy. Okay. I assume that's the end of Tarna's turn.
Correct.
It is now Zaryn's turn.
Well, Zaryn is oh, of course, great. Doesn't know really. Doesn't really know where to go in this situation. Sees Arthur kind of like blinded or whatever behind him. Gets a small chuckle out of that, and is gonna.
Motherfucker.
And I think is I'm gonna go for something stupid here, but I want to try this and see if it
The
works.
stupid answer is the right answer.
All right. I'm gonna move forward towards the goober on my left.
You move. Your speed is halved, but you do move.
Yes. So I'm going to first off, I'm going to hopefully, I'm gonna send this out to my boy Ralire, as Zaryn makes his way in. He's gonna do a bit of a just like a little capoeira sort of like move as he's like once again no armor anymore, just free to move as he will, and he's gonna end up offering as inspiration him shoving his heel into like the midsection of this creature whilst doing basically martial dancing.
Oof. Okay.
And that is going to be a Bardic Inspiration to Ralire. And I'm going to attempt to hit this thing.
You will probably hit this thing.
Don't forget your
Try.
D4.
Oh yeah, I am blessed. So that is total of. Wait, I gotta roll a d4. That is a total of 17 to hit.
17. You indeed hit. It seems rather easy to step upon.
Cool.
However, it is also terrifying because it has like 20 mouths.
Hey, it's fine by me. It's gonna be more mouths to hit, right? It's gonna
Yes.
be 5 plus. It's gonna be 8 points of bludgeoning damage, as that is a smash to the face. Or well, not to the face, but to the body somewhere.
One of its many faces, yes.
One of its many faces. And then I'm gonna go ahead and, as my action, I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers. As it
Interesting.
hears the cacophonous booing of a disappointed crowd. I needed to roll a Wisdom saving throw, if you would.
Okay. Its wisdom is garbage. Oh, it probably saved though. What's your DC?
DC is 13.
Yeah, he rolled a 17, so.
Oh, that's illegal. All right. Well,
Quick, Div, where's the portent?
so
It would still miss.
7. Okay, 4, 7, 4 is 11. 11 points, half down to 5 psychic damage.
5 psychic damage. You would think these things would have immunity to such things, but they do not.
Well, I'm glad they do not.
Okie dokie.
And that is it.
Okie dokie. It is now the next turn. This little guy will move once. And he will move twice.
I get to use a reaction with a spiritual weapon to do an attack of opportunity. Does that still fly?
I do not know.
Spiritual
Let's
weapons
find
don't.
out.
Spiritual weapons don't have the ability to be used unless you have Warcaster and they move through your personal space and they can still get hit by it.
Okay. So, I'm going to need. See if I can hit you. Wow, I've never seen a creature with this terrible of a roll. What's your AC there? At Ralire?
A whopping 14.
Holy shit! It hit you.
Yeah, dude. Because you're
Um,
making us use these whiny little stats. Rap. Anyway, don't mind me.
you take 7 points of piercing damage,
I like that, but okay.
and you are knocked prone as the mouths bite around your ankles and pull you down.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No save.
Now that you're prone, the other one will force you to make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Okay, because of my danger sense and not being capacitated, the advantage and disadvantage cancel out, so it's just a regular roll. Uh, 14 plus 2, 16 total.
You save as spits of sparkling splatter and radiance, ever more potent due to the fact of the blinding light that is emanating from Tarna, falls to the side of you. You are luckily uninhibited. Zaryn,
So by the way, mine's just a flash of light. It doesn't stay.
Oh, okay.
It's Ralire's that hangs around.
Gotcha. I need you to make a. Actually, you don't have to make anything. I just have to hit you.
Oh, you could not hit
Oh,
me.
you're
that'd be nice.
lucky. You're so lucky. That would have been a critical, but it was crooked. Okay, what's your AC?
Sorry, what?
What is Zaryn's AC?
Oh, Zaryn's AC is 16 now.
You are super duper lucky. Okay. Then the second creature.
All right, I go back
Approach.
to why the hell is the barbarian's AC the lowest out of everybody's?
And
I just got a big boost by adding my charisma to mine. So.
the final creature emerges. I'll let you know that.
There's
Make a
so
dexterity
many.
saving throw, Zaryn.
God. I'm not meant for this.
Arthur gets a
That
little
is
chuckle
going
out
to
of that.
be a. Sorry, I'm mathing. 13? 13.
A
8 plus 5.
13 is enough to save. The final bite is here. And it misses terribly. Okay, you all survived this round. It is now onto the beginning of initiative. It is none other than our lovely Vax, who is approximately 30 feet below the waterfall.
So I'm gonna do Misty Step and get right back up where in between Arthur and
Good
between
points.
Arthur and Zaryn.
Okay. Fantastic.
And then I'm gonna do my well, I said that was a bonus action. I can do an action. I guess so Dragon's Breath, the spell, or I don't have to do a cantrip now because that was a spell, huh?
You can use your biological dragon's breath from being a dragonborn.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Shooting just one of them?
Well, can I get both of them?
You can move here and get both of them.
Yeah,
Yep, that's what I would do.
because it can be a 15-foot cone or a line.
Yeah, so 15-foot cone from there. Perfect.
Do I need to make deck saves?
Just a second. I gotta look at what a dragon won't get for that.
Yes.
No, what's
That's a
dragon
fail.
mark?
That's a fail.
Where's the races?
They are in the player's handbook.
Yeah, that's what I have. Thank you, sir.
It's weird because they're after all of the backgrounds and classes.
Species descriptions 187. Oh, wait a minute here. 187.
Breath weapon. Must make a dexterity saving throw equal to DC 8 plus your constitution mire and proficiency bonus. And on a failed save, they take 1d10 of that damage type.
Okay, so
And I can tell you right now, no matter what your save is, they failed because they rolled below an 8.
okay.
Roll for your damage. 1d10 plus your plus nothing, just 1d10. I guess.
What is 1d10? Huh?
Yep.
All right, here we
And it's
go.
lightning damage, right?
Yep, lightning.
Nice.
7.
Okay.
Ooh, kill him.
And oh, that's such a beautiful number. Thank you. Okay.
And I'm done. That's all I can do.
Hey, that was a shocking experience.
Some would say it would be electric to watch.
I need Ralire to
That's
give
me.
me.
More puns? Yes, sir. Immediately.
Just a sec. 2 wisdom saving throws.
Wisdom? Do you hate me? That's
Yes.
almost as bad as intelligence save.
You do have a bardic. Don't forget, you do
And-
have a D6
and-
if you need it.
And
bless,
you
right?
have you're blessed. Yeah.
All right. Well, pray for
We
me.
got you covered.
I might need both of them. All right. Roll my d20 to start. 12 plus 1 is 13. I'm definitely going to use the blessed. Well, I don't. It's on map, but whatever. Plus 4, so 16? 17? 17. I'll save the...
17 on the first save.
Yes.
Okay, second save.
Okay. Whew. All right. We'll keep the Bardic Inspiration, baby. All
You
right.
keep blessed too.
18 plus 2 plus
Save.
3. So yeah, we're good.
Ridiculous. Okay.
I was like, I was
Yep, you successfully save. You may conduct your turn as you see fit, unimpeded.
Okay. These fuckers fucked up. They're close enough to get schwacked. And my friends are far enough away. So I'm gonna take my bonus action to rage. I am angry and they have fucked up. And I will
You are prone currently.
Hi, everybody.
Do I need to stand up to rip them asunder?
I mean, not necessarily, but you are prone.
Okay.
Just reminding you.
Thank you. I will stand up when there is no one next to me.
There's
So
one next to you.
there are 2 next to me via the map.
Yes.
So I'm going to start with the one on the far end that's kind of blocking the door that hasn't been injured because he's going to take the full force of God.
He has been injured.
Everybody's been injured except for the new one because I zapped them all.
Okay, well, he going to get a little bit more just in case. Wait, how much did you injure him?
18 points.
Ooh, okay, so I might be able to get both of them then.
And then the one that's above you, up to the left, I hit with a spiritual hammer too. So I did another. What was it?
9.
11, whatever, 9.
and
So
I
that
have-
one's been
It's
taking
really
27.
Okay, what I'm hearing is I need more things to throw. But I digress back to using my halberd because that's what I have out, and it gives me the reach. So plus 4 to hit, and a blessed. Or does blessed not count for attacks?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'm gonna. Never mind. I'm not gonna. That's a 19 on the dice, a 4 on the other dice, and a plus 4 to hit because I'm raging. So not that changes anything, but whatever. So 27.
That will hit a creature that has a pitiful AC.
Okay, D10, my extra D6. Yep, that's it for now. 5 and a 6, plus 4, so 15 points of FU damage.
To this one or this one?
The one up top.
Okay. 15 points?
Yep. Radiant.
He's
if it
still
matters.
standing.
Why? Is it by a lot? A little? Can I tell?
He looks definitely most certainly bloodied.
Okay. Well, that makes me feel better.
It's not like half of its jaws dislodged.
Okay. I'm going to activate my halberd's ability and cleave. I do not get the extra d6 on this, but let's see if it'll at least hit. 16.
You do get the D4 though.
Yeah, 16 plus 4, 20 on the rolled dice, plus 4 to hit.
The second creature absolutely hits.
Yep, and then a whopping 1, woohoo, plus 2 for my rage.
3 points of damage.
Yeah. Okay, I tried.
That one looks
So-
significantly better than the one you just cleaved.
All right, and then all
to get-
enemies within 10. Can I move forward against the wall by chance?
You are currently against the wall.
Okay, so I can't move into that space.
Nope.
Okay. Well,
You can move over here.
That won't help me. I'm trying to get closer to the creature up top there. Or is that the hammer?
Okay. This
The
is the
hammer.
hammer.
Oh, okay, my bad. Then never mind. I don't have to move anywhere. They just take 2 points of damage because it's the end of my turn, and I am still radiant.
Okay. The one that you hit looks like it's 50% worse than it was 3 seconds ago.
I mean, these things have 40 plus hit points. That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay. After you, it is Arthur's turn. Arthur, you arise with open eyes. However, I need you to make 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I need you to make 4 wisdom saving throws.
Jesus Christ. Dirty 20 on the first one. 15 on the second. 13 on the third. And 10 on the last.
On the last one, roll a d8.
4.
A 4. You seem to not be able to do anything. It is the next part of initiative.
Oh, hey, Younger, just as a note, I missed
Yes.
one of my things on my last 2 rounds. Can you add 4 damage to the second guy that got hit this last round? Because he was supposed to take 2 from the first round, and I'll just throw it on him for the second round. It's part of the Celestial Revelation. You just get to
Like
make
an
it in.
additional 2 damage, because when you activated it, didn't they take 2 damage?
They take 2 damage just from
At
their
the
next
end of
wave
that
from
turn?
No, so they get the 2 damage from the internal radiance of just being close to me, but if I hit them, I get to also apply an extra 2 damage.
Ah, okay.
So he'll take 4 just because F him.
Well, then this one's dead.
Nice.
But yeah, unfortunately, Arthur, you seem to be not paralyzed, but unable to think or do anything with all of this gibbering mouthing happening around you. And as
Gotcha.
such, it is Tarna's turn. Tarna, I need you to make 1, 2, 3 wisdom saving throws.
19, 15, 18.
Those all pass. You may proceed with your turn.
So I'm going to go down right next to where Arthur is. On his right. Down 1 more. Yep. So I can see all 4 creatures. And they're all within 30 feet of me. So I'm going to do the same thing. Fine radiance.
Okay.
So they all take a whopping 16 points of radiant damage.
How? And that's the last time you can use that ability, correct?
It is my second channel divinity at this particular moment. But I can get 1 back after a short rest.
Gotcha.
So, and my spiritual weapon will go down 3 squares next to Ralire.
Just one moment. 16 damage means this is 29. Okay. Now you're gonna spiritual weapon down next to Ralire.
Yep, that's good. He's gonna bonk it on the head. Or whatever it's
Bonk.
got.
Give it the bonks.
A 12 to hit.
Believe it or not, a 12 hits this feeble creature.
Fantastic. And it takes.
I can honestly say I've like out of character. I've never seen a creature with worse stats than this. That is like above a CR0.
Well, it takes 7 points of force damage.
It dies.
Of shame.
Of shame.
The
It
hammer
gibbers
touched
and
me.
mouthers no mores
Are these
as it is
gibbering mouths?
crushed under your clerical might.
Right, that's it. That's what I got.
Excuse me.
Okay, as such, it is now Zaryn's turn. Unfortunately for you, Zaryn, you still have to make 3 wisdom saves.
Sure.
You can do it.
+1. 3. All right, 17 on the first one.
I think you're good with 17.
I hope I am. 12 to 1. 15 on the second one.
Okay.
And 11 to 1. 11 to 1. Math. Oh God. 2, 1, 3, 11, 14.
Okay. At first, when you said 1, I was like, a critical fail? Yes.
No, I said
No,
11
you
to 1.
You succeed. You are
Thank God.
able to ignore the gibbering and the mouthing of these beasts as they babble incoherently in your ears. It is almost deafening, but you are able to maintain your composure and may conduct your turn as you see fit.
Oh, conduct. How appropriate.
Let's go. Using the right words.
Zaryn, as this creature is like now attacking him and like he's like sort of like backing up to avoid it. He says, he goes, stop it! I don't like to be touched. And he like will stamp his foot down hard on the ground, but it makes no sound. And then about almost 20 feet away from him, this loud booming sound echoes off the ruined walls of the sound of like a foot of a heel being stomped on cobblestone really loud. Like in a
Is
like
that a shatter I hear?
that is a shatter.
Okay, you just hitting these 2?
I'm trying. I'm gonna be putting it out right where I can get all 3.
Okay, you can
And
do that if you do it
because it's a
every
20,
angle.
because it's a total of a 20-foot diameter, so 10-foot
Yeah.
radius.
Gotcha. Something like that. Okay, yeah, you can hit them all.
All right, they need to make a con save, and it's going to be a DC.
That's the one thing they have good.
Yeah, which is fine. It's going to be DC 13.
Okay. Well, that's a pass. That is, believe it or not, a fail.
Okay.
And that is a fail. So you got 2 failures.
Okay, so that is going to be 3d8. So, okay. So that's 15 on the first d8, or the first 2d8. And then 4. So 19 for any that failed. And for the one that succeeded, 9.
Oof.
As the sound of that heel
Okay.
clicking onto the ground just echoes incredibly loud and reverberates.
A total of... That's how much is left. This one is dead. Andy, how much was it for the full damage?
Full damage was 19.
God dang. Okay.
Rolled an 8 and a 7 on the first 2 dice, and then a 4 on the...
Yeah, they felt that one. You woke them up, that's for sure. You hear a rumbling as the foot stomp creates that echoing sound. You feel shaking throughout the cavern walls.
Okay.
This will have consequences.
um. And then I think Zaryn will turn to Vax and say, "That was quite well done with the breath. Keep it up." It gives like a little smirk, and then it's gonna kick this thing in the where he believes the jewel should be on this creature, and say, "I said I don't like to be touched." It's gonna use this bonus action to Bardic Inspire Vax with a D6 to use at your discretion, and then we're going to attempt to punch this thing or kick this thing. That is a 5, 13, and a 1 on the bless for a 14 to hit.
That will hit.
All right. So I will kick it where I presume the junk to be. That's gonna be 5 plus 3 for 8.
You stomp on its pustule revealing what you would think would be its nards, but turns out to just be an eyeball out of one of those pustule nodes as you squash it underneath your foot.
Just shakes
The
its
creature
claw.
reels into gibbering tones.
Just shake.
You have
Oh
slain
god! Oh god! Get it off!
Feels good between your toes, doesn't it?
No.
Oh, that's disgusting. I forgot. You're probably barefoot, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's extra
It's
nasty.
just taloned feet.
Ooh.
It's getting in between the nail.
It's now Vax's turn. I hope he's got shoes.
So I'm gonna do a cantrip first and shoot a sorcerer's blast at the last creature over there.
Okay, roll a hit.
Porridge.
Oh wait, sorry. Before you do that, I need you to roll a wisdom save.
Just a single one though.
Just a single wisdom save.
Oh, 16, because I don't have any bonuses for my wisdom, I don't think.
Hey, 16 is enough to pass. Let's go. Okay, now you can move on unimpeded by my tomfoolery.
So 20, not a critical, just 20.
Yeah, you hit him.
Yeah. Come on now, we want to get a bunch of D8s rolling together here. D8, 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 D8. Nope, 6 points of damage. Lightning. All right.
6 points of damage is close, but no cigar. It seems as if it was singed by your electrical pulses, but it is still standing. Not very well.
How close is it?
It looks like a 4 out of 52.
No.
Crazy.
How far away is it from me? 1.
It is
2,
approximately 5, 10, 15, 20 feet.
Do 4 points of damage, apparently.
Whoa. I said it looks about like 4 out of 52. That could be 8 out of 104.
Maybe, but do at least 4.
So I'm gonna move forward 3 and then hit it with the dragon's breath as a bonus action.
Okay. Roll to hit. Or no, deck save?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Point blank barf.
What's your DC save?
A second.
Con mod plus 3 plus 8.
So it's 14.
Okay, it dies. Not really. Roll your damage. It might die though.
Come on, you got this.
3d6 damage.
There's a chance it could live, y'all. He could roll 3 1s.
Right, if it had 4 hit points.
5, 2,
Oh, you're-
1. So
you're
8
doing
points of
this.
damage.
Oh, you're doing the spell.
Oh, he dead. Oh, he
Oh,
dead.
That's gross.
Wait.
Bleh.
Time out. If you're doing the spell, how did you pull that off? With actions, bonus actions.
Oh, that's true.
So the sorcerer's burst is an action, but it's a cantrip, and the dragon's breath is a bonus action. That's a spell.
Right. So the bonus action is to ready the cantrip. It's kind of like a smite, or sorry, not ready, but ready
No.
the spell, and then it's an action to use.
It says time bonus action.
Yes, because the actual casting of the spell is a bonus action. To activate the spell is an action. It's kind of like a smite.
So like if you're doing a reaction, that's a bonus action, or excuse me, if you're doing a reaction, that takes a whole action, even though it's just a reaction.
What
Just one
reaction are you
moment.
trying to use? Sorry.
Dragon's Breath, the casting time, as stated, was a bonus action.
Yes.
You have concentration up to a minute. Until the spell ends, the target can take a magic action to exhale a 15-foot cone, which requires your regular action. So you cannot use it because it requires your regular action, which you already used to cast your Sorceress Burst.
So it's not a bonus action then.
It is not a bonus action. It is
The
a
spell
full
itself
action
is
to
an
use the spell ability.
But you can use it at the start of combat, hold it in your mouth the entire time, and then whenever you want, you're like, aha, I'm using my action to activate it.
That's
Yeah,
what
Yeah.
it's like a concentration.
Yes.
It's just like a smite, except for with magic, because with the smite,
Yeah.
you use a bonus action to get the sword ready, and then you have to use an action to attack with it.
You could use your oh no, it's an action. Yeah, never mind.
It doesn't matter. Anything that's a bonus action, you still have to use an action to use it. Bonus actions aren't bonus actions anymore.
Yeah, basically.
They're preparatory actions. You can't do anything with them.
If you have 2 daggers, you can make a second attack.
Yeah.
I'm done.
But
Put the thing back on there. It's alive.
Oh no.
And don't
Okay,
move back-
okay, is that the end of your
move back where
turn
it was.
there?
Move me
Sorry.
back to
RJ?
where it was. It wouldn't move up if I couldn't use my breath.
Okay. It is now its turn. Unfortunately, Zaryn is closest.
At the angle we were at, that's not true at all.
It is.
We are exactly the same distance.
He moved
Arthur
it
gets a
closer.
chuckle out of that.
Oof, what's your AC?
You get
16.
giggling.
Yeah,
at
you
each other.
got. You take 5 points of piercing damage as this thing's grubby teeth wrap around, licking between your toes the eyeball juices of the other
Yeah.
creature.
That's gross.
For free?
For free. You didn't have to pay for that?
It does. It's not for free. It costs your will to live.
How much?
Um,
How much? You said it was 9?
No, 5.
Or it was
5 points.
5?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Wait, I could have lied. One moment.
No. You
5.
said 5, and then
Yes,
was there
5.
any additional damage? Just the piercing?
How much health do you have?
I'm good. I'm at 19 hit points right now.
Okay, you're
First time I
fine. You're
got
fine
hit.
then. You don't have to worry about
Yeah.
being dissolved within its teeth.
That's good.
Okay.
Right.
So yeah, so you survive. And yeah, it bit you and you are pulled to the ground prone. As it begins moving closer. But you are alive. So there's that. It is now Ralire's turn. Ralire, make a wisdom save.
Why?
Because I said.
This creature's still up.
But I'm out of range. Okay. We're still blessed, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna need that Bardic Inspiration.
You
D6,
got it.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, clutch. Okay. Total of 13. I rolled a 3
You
on
save.
the...
Nice.
6 and a 4 on my other dice, but a 3 on my main dice. That was rough. Okay. Is he within 30 feet?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna activate Reckless Attack and shoot him with my pistol.
You pull out your gun and you shoot him straight past Vax's face.
I mean, hopefully I don't shoot back, but whatever. Ooh, okay, I'll take that. 18 and 2 on the dice, so a total of 20. Plus,
You hit.
plus pluses, yeah. D10 plus D6 because it's the first attack of the round. 7, 5, and then 4, 3 plus 3 on this? Yes, 3. So 15 more points of damage to this thing, and I will activate the 2 points of damage from my radiant form because I can.
Oh, nice.
It does not take any damage from my being close to it, though.
Well, that, don't worry, is more than 4 damage, right?
Thoroughly.
Just
Okay.
maybe just tied it.
You successfully blow a hole through this thing's several mouths and create a crevasse in what might have been its slug-like form.
Yeah, I don't think Zaryn's having a good time because this creature that grabbed him and like pulled him down onto the ground into the sludge juice of the thing that that was just killed in front of him and exploded. Zaryn is just, oh, God, no, it's so gross.
Non me tu a
The
fist.
squelching
Do
sound
moi.
as he's trying to get up.
Oh, man. Well, don't worry, because it's not the end.
It should be. We are at the hour and 6-minute mark.
Well, you guys have successfully blasted away all of these little gibbering, mouthing creatures that have remnants of their past selves, but nothing that could really be distinguishable except maybe its yellowed eyes. But yeah, you have cleared this small cavern. Would you like to investigate it?
Yeah. We got it. We got to call it. We're past 4-hour mark.
Okay.
Oh no.
It is not the season finale. We cannot go late. But let's burn through stuff hyper quick. Jared, do you have anything special to announce this week?
Take that as a no.
I said Jared. Tino. I meant Tino. Sorry. Don't mind me.
Oh no.
All right. Everyone else, I assume you guys are all good and don't have any fun announcements for everybody.
Nada.
All right. The D&D group, so easy. The Power Rangers, everyone's got something to say. For us, code this month is UFool 907, all caps, UFool 907. The same as last year. Super creative over here. Let's see, we got a whole bunch of stuff in. I will be posting pictures tomorrow, maybe, once I get Younger's approval, because I don't think he's looked at them yet. We got mostly everything we ordered, but a couple things didn't show up, so they'll be here later this month, hopefully. We'll be producing more videos for the laser machine sometime this week if I can get free time. Gosh dang it! We don't have any crazy events. Easter's coming up, so for those of you that celebrate Easter, have fun with that. Yeah, that's all I got, friends. Younger, am I saying anything important?
I think you covered our bases fairly well.
All right, I'm good at baseball. Well, with that and with adventure in mind, we're gonna get everyone out here because it's late and people need to get some sleep. What's our outro song? What are we using for the outro song? Oh, hey, it was supposed to be our intro song that I goofed up on. So we're gonna listen to "Don't Trigger the Trap." My bad. Talk to y'all later. Have a good night. Bye.
Roll call misfits and mystics, hired muscle and guns. Just some random nobodies now working as one. Fortunes of fixation, relic hunting our addiction. Gold is the cure and we're filling the prescription. The jungle tries to put our adventure on pause. With thick vines, big bugs, sharp mandibles and claws, toxic spores causing scores of hindering effects. Break through to find the ruins, unsure of what comes next. This is trap, roll the dice, risk it all for the gold. Sit down, join in, enjoy the tales being told. A dungeon crawling crew, we're creating a buzz. Now that you're here, you're trapped like us. Ancient halls awaken, torches light our path. Poison darts fly by, sidestep the jungle's wrath. Floors collapse to darkness, spikes wait below. Balance on the brink, inches from the fatal blow. Pressure plates, trigger blades, steel slicing air. Dropping low, dodging death with seconds to spare. Doorway sealed by magic, runes burning bright. Trap cracks the seal, now fortunes in sight. This is trap, roll the dice, risk it all for the gold. Sit down, join in, enjoy the tales being told. A dungeon crawling crew, we're creating a buzz. Now that you're here, you're trapped like us. Chamber opens wide, floats a nightmare from the dark. Central eye blazing, anti-magic leaves its mark. Eye stalks fire while we see the magic beams flash. We scatter, roll for cover, dodge a death ray blast. Frontline flanks quick, a charge into the breach. Casters weaving spells once the gauge shifts its reach. Kill the monster, grab the relic, collect the payday. Rinse and repeat, that's the adventurer's way. Music fills the tavern as the ale fills our glass. Put coin on the table, keep the drinks coming fast. Our tales grow taller with every round we're poured, showing new scars, trinkets, and loot that we scored. Bruised but triumphant, drinking straight through till dawn. Next morning, debriefing another quest